It's episode 11 of our How Art Got Ugly series. We've spent the last 5 episodes digging into the 1920s because in many ways that's the decade that defined culture, not just in the 20th century but into the early 21st century as well. Today we finally close out our 20s story arc by looking at Paris. I hope you enjoy it and learn a thing or two. A couple weeks ago at a museum in Taiwan, there was a contemporary art installation called Inverted Syntax 16.
They invert lots of things in Thailand, but not
No, Taiwan, not Thailand.
That too? Yeah,
Yeah.
They're big on it too. They don't get the press, but...
Some people would say they invert which the real China is.
I just think...
That just got us banned in certain countries, by the way.
I for one, I want to go on record saying West Taiwan should surrender.
That got us banned in a bunch of other countries.
Yeah.
So what would you expect an installation called Inverted Syntax 16 to look like?
I can't read their Taiwanese moonspeak anyway, so it would look... I wouldn't know if it was inverted or not. In terms of syntax, I'm guessing like backwards writing. That's all I can draw from that.
This is Inverted Syntax 16. What do you think's going on here?
There's some people who are getting government money.
Yes?
And they need to be hung in a town square.
Yeah, it's probably more likely to happen in China.
Yeah,
No?
yeah.
I don't know if it,
West Taiwan.
I know. Well, I'm saying. Well, what I'm saying is, I don't know if they hang people in the town square in Taiwan yet, but give that a couple of years.
Yeah, we'll get there. Singapore too, Electric Boogaloo.
The only question is, does that rule come from within or without?
Yeah. We already lost Hong Kong, guys.
Yeah.
Let's not. This one's not going without a fight sheet. You freaking
at least
Winnie the Pooh looking piece of...
At least let's get the semiconductor factories out of there first.
Yeah. Yeah. First
then you can have it.
Yep. Yeah, the first island chain. No fucking stand.
So this is contemporary art, which means it has to have a description. And according to GB News, it, quote, consisted of a mirror mounted on a simple wooden board and was covered in dust that had accumulated for 4 decades. And crucially, and I quote, a deliberate smudge at the center of the mirror represented the cultural awareness of middle-class society. Because I thought it was going to be something retarded, right?
So we're right back to the self-hating bourgeoisie marketing campaign. All right, I've seen these tricks. 30 hours in, I'm starting to recognize the tricks here.
Now, the more astute among our listeners will notice that I was talking in the past tense. Why was I talking in the past tense? Because this piece was, again, I quote, destroyed after being, quote, fundamentally altered when a museum volunteer thought it was dirty and wiped it off with a paper towel.
I like how the Sphinx has stood for thousands of years. The rise and fall of empires is barely noticed, aside from its nose. And this couldn't survive like a Good Samaritan.
Yeah.
That's a, there's a levels to art here.
Yeah. Here's the current state of this installation after this tragic defacement happened.
I like it a lot better.
I do too.
At least it's useful as a mirror.
Doesn't talk about the cultural awareness of middle-class society anymore, apparently.
I just don't know, man. Some people are sensitive to dust. Is it really PC to have this thing in the frame?
So who is this artist? His name is Chen Sung-chi, a 47-year-old Taiwanese alumnus of the Graduate Institute of Plastic Arts at Tainan National University.
Somebody's dad owns one of those semiconductor plants.
Well, being Taiwanese, I guarantee that all his professors were American and British.
Yeah.
Which is why he learned this sophistry, learned to play this game. And he has also done a number of international artist residencies, so he does the same contemporary art nonsense that you see everywhere.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this probably is a man not gifted at mathematics.
Yeah.
If this is where he ended up in Taiwan.
And he's Asian.
Yeah. It sucks, man. So, you're the one brother who can't dunk or something.
The article continues that for this particular series, his installations incorporate aged mirrors and textile meshes combined with unfinished panels to represent themes of vanishing and instability whilst contemplating human endurance and evolution. So it's not getting any better.
Okay, like if Orientalism's a thing, it's this guy's fault with descriptions like that. And it's a lot of descriptions that I would use to cover an unfinished assignment.
Yeah.
So.
Now, I'm not trying to be funny when I read this. This is from his official profile verbatim. His mixed media installations always start with a concept aimed to represent the often neglected fragments and sensibilities in life, expressed through manipulating the physicality of materials. His previous works often focus on the specific events of everyday life, incorporating time-related narratives from his own life and society. These everyday materials are randomly assembled and combined by the artist, transforming into works that transcend beyond their coarse, cold material attributes, becoming integrated with densely complex psychological elements that give them a sense of warmth and poetry. There's a lot of cliches there.
A lot of problems there. Okay, you're manipulating materials, so you're moving things.
Well, time-related narratives. Yeah, that's a good way to make an excuse for like not dusting your mirror.
Time-related narratives. God.
Like, I'm not artistically talented myself. I don't want to be the guy who just criticizes others. And I'm really trying to give these people the benefit of the doubt. But they're all fucking charlatans. Yeah. All of them.
Yeah, this is nonsense. The emperor has no clothes.
Yep.
This is horrible.
When I get busy, my bookshelves gather dust. And it would be extremely, let's say, solipsistic of me to call that a time-related narrative of my own life.
Yeah, and if you did, you would be some kind of idiot or jerk.
Yeah.
And it would be incumbent upon your friends in society to be like, hey, smarten up, dust your shelf.
Yeah, have an intervention.
Clean your room. We live in Toronto. Don't make me get Jordan Peterson.
Oh, he moved to Phoenix.
Oh, lucky him, man. No snow there.
Yeah, he got forced out of town.
Yeah, after his daughter's indiscretion.
So, while this museum figures out how to deal with this awkward situation, they have cordoned off the cleaned mirror.
Imagine being that docent. She's got to feel so bad, and I promise you it was a she.
Now, if you can't read that sign, it says it in both Chinese and English. It says, this artwork is temporarily unavailable for maintenance. Which is like a 90s sitcom joke where the newscasters start getting in an argument and they cut the feed and put up the technical difficulties card.
It's like a glitch in the Matrix. It's a 404 error. Art won't load. Art has been cleaned or wiped off.
So what are the potential issues that the museum has to deal with? And again, this is ripped from the headlines. This is within the last 2 weeks. This is not something that has been resolved yet. This is in progress. This saga has yet to resolve.
I want to know the total cost of the bureaucracy that had meeting after meeting and determined that sign was the appropriate. Because I promise you, at least 8 people making over $100K a year each were involved in that decision.
Well, according to the article, the Keelung Culture and Tourism Bureau has issued an apology to the artist and may need to provide financial compensation for the incident. And note how I said it may need, not it will need. Because, if you destroy a 500-year-old Renaissance painting, the knee-jerk reaction is to grieve at the loss of a piece of our cultural heritage. Yeah. But contemporary art is a racket of money laundering, tax write-offs, and political favors to get funding from the Arts Council. So when you damage, and I use the term damage very loosely, a piece of contemporary art, the knee-jerk reaction is, how do we do the accounting properly?
Yeah. Tell you all you need to know about how far we've come.
So, the article continues. The museum has acknowledged that restoring the piece to its original condition appears impossible, leaving questions about the artwork's future unresolved. And legal expert, they have to have a legal expert involved.
A lawyer. Okay, so they've now employed at least one lawyer.
Si Chai Hao suggested that removing dust...
He's not cheap. Yeah. He's not the guy building the railroads.
Yeah, Si Chai Hao suggested that removing dust from an artwork might not qualify as physical property damage, potentially complicating any compensation claims.
So the insurance has said, hey, you cleaned it. Or the insurance may say that, and now we've got to go to court. Yeah. And we've got a judge. We've got Think of this is ballooning. You
Yeah.
see how this balloons into for all these adults?
Apparently, this is the purview of the law. I think that may be a pretty good heuristic about where to draw the line between art and non-art. If something gets quote-unquote damaged, are lawyers going to be the only people who care?
Yeah, lawyers and the insurance firms that have employed them.
We've been saying since episode 1 that the high-end art world is an incestuous cesspool of artists, collectors, gallery owners, critics, etc. And you have to leave it to the critics to always have the worst take on things. And that's a really crowded field.
Yeah. Especially in the modern day, everybody's a critic.
So, again, I'm reading verbatim from this article in GB News. Several art critics have proposed that the unintentional cleaning has become an integral component of the installation and it should be preserved in its current state.
So somebody's going to now have a lawyer arguing that, no, this is now like the cracks in the fine Japanese pottery that are repaired with gold. This docent trying to please, oh God.
I'm calling it right now, art is finished. It's done. Words like art and culture have always been somewhat intuitive and impossible to completely articulate. This is not my culture. This is not anybody's culture. We can argue all day long about culture and modernity and cosmopolitanism and everything else, but this is a complete waste of time. And we are going to waste resources gerrymandering the law to decide how much reimbursement you should get when a janitor thinks your art is literal garbage. If we really want to do this, let's just skip a step and let the patrons get away with tax fraud. Let's just skip a step here.
Legalize the tax fraud, guys. Like how you don't really have to filibuster anymore. It's just in the States. You just say I'm filibustering and things are delayed. That level. It's just a time we got to sign that into law and just be like, okay, guys, just don't pay taxes. You don't anyway. Just don't now.
All right, so that's enough of this. We're going to continue with our series. We are going to finish off our look at Paris in the 1920s. Our previous episode was the first half of that, and this is a direct continuation of it. To recap, we've been looking at this nebulous concept, this thing we call art, and we started with a very inconvenient truth, which is that this word art is not a universal or a timeless concept. You know, if you could take a time machine back to Florence in the time of Michelangelo, nobody would know what you were talking about if you asked to meet an artist. Or more specifically, that word would have been synonymous with a craftsman or an artisan, and it would have the same connotation as a tradesman. You know, Michelangelo, he would have been a painter or a sculptor. And, you know, whether this word was in the dictionary or not, it didn't matter. He still made David. He still painted the Sistine Chapel.
A rose by any other name.
Now, throughout the centuries, as you've seen in the last few episodes, the word art became associated with not just the activities of painting and sculpture, but with some sort of a higher intellectual thought on par with philosophy or rhetoric. And to the average person, semantic debates over art honestly didn't matter because you basically had to be rich to afford an aristocratic portrait over the fireplace.
Yeah, the peasants were too busy hurling feces at each other to freaking care about art.
Or dying of the plague.
Yeah. We're dying in the freaking 30 Years' War.
So that was all fine and good until the Industrial Revolution, when painting supplies became cheap and a small number of talented painters with hustle could make paintings and sell them to the nouveau riche types in Paris, London, Munich, Milan, and a few other cities. And even then there were only a few thousand collectors worldwide. So it was a fairly select circle who got to debate what truly was and wasn't art. And even then it really didn't matter that much. In 1874, the Impressionists called themselves artistic painters, not artists. In fact, even as recently as 1908, you had the founding of the Société Normande de Peintre Moderne, or the Normand Society of Modern Painting, who later became the Puteaux Group and the Cubists. So just from that name, as recently as 1908, nobody was navel-gazing and asking, is this art or is this modern painting? Then you had a guy putting a urinal in an art gallery and calling it a sculpture called Fountain. And you had Francis Picabia saying, if people are just going to pay for a signature, why don't I just sell my signature? And by the early 20s, people were asking, but what exactly is art anyway? That's where we got to at the end of the last episode.
That's where we got to culturally, period.
Now, not to spoil anything, but I think that may have been the high water mark.
Oh, okay.
But that's where we left off, and I remind you, at this point, this is just intellectual masturbation that's limited to a few hundred bohemians on the left bank in Paris. Is it an interesting philosophical question? Maybe. But it becomes a problem a few decades later when the idea becomes institutionalized in the university system. And now every modern art exhibit looks like essentially this shit that we have on the screen right now. You know, a pile of asbestos or some other industrial material accompanied by a blurb about how it challenges patriarchal norms or some similar bullshit. But in Paris in the 20s, these questions are going on organically as Duchamp is doing things like selling bonds to his company that's going to blow money at the roulette table and saying, don't worry, collectors will still pay for the bonds because they have my signature on them. You know, I'm not spending a penny on anything like this, but I can admit that it's at least real social commentary. Whatever you see on the screen here is not real social commentary.
No, this is some kind of awful aberration.
Now, when the practice of art became institutionalized in the university system, it really just became a snapshot of 1920s Paris, frozen in time, an eternal LARP of both the French bohemians and the American expats getting the European experience at a discount because Europe had just blown itself up. Right down to these lesbian communities. Watch the last episode for that as well. If you want to see just how much society's on an auto loop and how little we've come. So that's the milieu that we're looking at, and we have to remember that we are looking at everything through a survivorship bias filter. There's a lot of shit that happened in Paris that was forgotten, and a lot of stuff that remained part of French culture but never became part of the international institutional world of high art. As the official narrative goes, in the aftermath of World War I, there are cheap, mass-produced art supplies so anybody can be an artist. And there's a desire to not just turn the page on the war, but on the entire aristocratic system that caused the war. So the official narrative is that artists, for the first time, had the freedom to do whatever they wanted. So you would expect that we would now see every kind of art that the human mind could imagine. So why does all art and culture since the 1920s seem oddly limited in scope? Why don't we get more of the old stuff which everybody agrees is beautiful? Why do we get mirrors covered in dust with a smudge in the middle of it?
Great question.
As always, human nature gets in the way. And within a group of creative types, what do you get when you add freedom? You get infighting.
And drugs.
And drugs. And infighting always leads to purity testing, and purity testing always leads to a race to the bottom.
Yep.
One of the movers and shakers in Paris's avant-garde before the war was poet Guillaume Apollinaire, a man who surprisingly little is known about because he was very closed off about his personal life, but he was the guy who introduced Picasso to Braque. And during the war, he talked about something called the new spirit of art, or l'esprit nouveau. And right when the war was about to end and he was going to be the king of the Paris avant-garde, he died of the Spanish flu. And the avant-garde very quickly broke into two factions. One headed up by Jean Cocteau, who was connected with French mainstream high society. Famously, he did a ballet called Parade that made Picasso famous. We talked about that in the previous episode as well.
That's when everybody was like, you're a sellout, Picasso.
Basically, yes.
Sold out to the man doing ballet.
The other faction was headed up by André Breton, who was a full-on Trotskyite communist.
Ah, there's the other shoe.
So you had two streams in the avant-garde. One which called itself modern and was looking to bring new aesthetics to existing institutions, and one much more transgressive stream, which became the Dadaists and the Surrealists, who wanted to overthrow any existing bourgeois notions of art and beauty. And
why does that sound so familiar?
well, the important thing is that they both claim to be the true flag bearer of Apollinaire's new spirit, because that's just the way creatives always go. They can do anything they want, but they're going to get into a petty little slap fight over who is the heir apparent to this guy who died of the Spanish flu.
Religious types too. Here's talking to you, Sunni and Shia.
So what was Apollinaire's new spirit? Well, that's the thing. Nobody actually knows. That's the great thing about projecting everything onto a guy who had a lot of holes in the detail of his life story, especially his early life.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, well, Pacabia claims that Apollinaire said this in 1912. In fact, the story of 20th century art can be reduced to, well, this is what Guillaume Apollinaire claimed that art should be. So it's like a cult based around a dead guy who didn't live long enough to leave behind enough clues to know what he truly wanted.
So, like the Mormons?
Yeah. Only he died of the Spanish flu. He wasn't beaten to death by a bunch of guys in blackface.
In a shootout. Because he's American. American Jesus comes packing heat.
We're not joking about that, guys.
No, that's how he died.
The official narrative talks about people like Delaunay and Kandinsky achieving abstraction in the early 1910s. Talk about it as an achievement as if it's climbing Mount Everest to make a painting that doesn't look like anything. This comes out of the fact that Apollinaire took a couple of trips with Pacabia in 1912, and Pacabia, who is a playboy and a completely unreliable narrator, claims that they talked about, quote, pure painting, which became Orphism or Cubism that doesn't actually look like anything. Here's an example of that. Stuff like this.
Ugh,
Again,
the Pokeballs.
Yeah. Yeah, again, we're just speeding through the last episode. If you're curious what we're talking about, the entire last episode was about this. But, you know, is it true that this is what Apollinaire wanted? Who knows, but it's become the official narrative. Art in 1912, 1913, 1914, at least if it made its way into the narrative, it's always related in some way to Guillaume Apollinaire. If you find a painting from 1913 and it's not related to him in some way, the fancy museums don't want it.
Talk about a bottleneck.
Yes?
And this thing looks like a freaking board game designed by a toddler.
Yeah, I can see that. Trivial Pursuit wedges, yeah, I totally see that.
Candyland, done by an imbecile.
So, yeah, in 1917, Apollinaire is talking about the new spirit. In 1918, he dies, and the avant-garde splits apart into two factions, to the point where 40 years later, as old men, Breton shows up to chirp Cocteau at a dedication of a statue of Apollinaire. It's like full-on grumpy old man shit.
You suck.
A book in the 1960s calls these two factions art and anti-art for the modern and the transgressive streams. Now, I could not find any primary documents from the 20s that explicitly use the term anti-art, even though contemporary writings definitely had that implication. I did find some interviews of people decades later that said those terms were used in the 20s, but again, we are dealing with some seriously unreliable narrators. So I am going to refer to these two factions as the art faction and the anti-art faction, with the disclaimer that those labels are probably completely anachronistic. But they're convenient to use, so I'm going to call Cocteau's faction the art faction and Breton's faction the anti-art faction. Last time we talked primarily about the anti-art side, though again we did talk about a ballet on the art side called Parade, conceived by Cocteau, and that's about the only thing we can trust about the narrative, because it turned Picasso into what we would now call a celebrity. It was the early age of mass media and broadcast media, and when Picasso became famous, everybody in high society wanted to invite him to their cocktail party.
Okay.
So maybe everything else is bullshit because we're dealing with unreliable narrators. We at least know this one ballet happened in 1917. Picasso designed the sets and costumes for this ballet, and the Ballet Russe was such a big deal in those days that overnight Picasso became world famous. And the anti-art faction just never forgave him for it. You know, they called him a sellout. They were waiting for his star to fade so that he could go back to being a dirty fleabag like the rest of them. But alas, society just got completely stuck in the mid-1920s, and Picasso is still 100 years later considered the quintessential 20th century artist, long after everybody forgot why. And believe me, if you look at his paintings, nobody knows why this guy's important.
No.
Everybody just accepts that he is.
Yeah.
Nobody knows why he is.
You get the arms on both on the same side. It's wacky. It's terrible.
Like I said, it wasn't because of an LSD trip. It was because of a ballet.
Yeah.
And thus we see the real difference between the art and the anti-art factions. In reality, it's the same divide you have seen since the Impressionists. One side was mainstream and integrated with polite company, and one side was full of a bunch of trust fund communists looking to infiltrate every organization they could. Now, if you've been watching the last few episodes, you know that we are doing Rashomon here. Rashomon was the Japanese movie from the 50s about an incident in the woods witnessed by 4 people who have differing memories, differing levels of honesty. So they give 4 different accounts of everything that don't completely line up with each other. We've been going through art in the 1920s, which is really just art in Rome, in Berlin, in Moscow, and in Paris. There's a lot of crossover between these stories, but there's also a lot of unreliable narrators. So again, some of these stories might not completely match up in all their details, even though I'm trying to be as good as I can about that.
No one is as full of shit as a hipster.
Yep.
So we're doing our best here, people.
And no city is as full of hipsters as Paris is.
Nah.
But, you know, this is Rashomon after all. We know the story about the ballet is true because of Picasso's mainstream celebrity. Everything else might be false, both in terms of the artists flaming the shit out of each other in their publications and in terms of the historians who talk about the era after the fact. Because if you think these people are full of shit, wait until you see academics in the 70s and 80s.
It's not our best and brightest that studies art at an academic level.
Yep. The anti-art faction, the Dadaists and the Surrealists, they were canonized by the Americans through the Museum of Modern Art and the Congress for Cultural Freedom.
Oh, that sounds so communist.
It's actually the opposite. It was the Americans in Berlin trying to prove they were better than the communists by saying, you know, the communists are stuffy. You come to America, you can make art that looks like dog shit. When people talk about Jackson Pollock being a CIA asset, that's what they're talking about.
Oh, okay.
They told him to go to Berlin and show off his fucking paint splatters that look like nothing, and saying the West is so free that this fucking idiot can make it.
The streets are paved with gold. Anyone can just throw some shit. Oh my God. How did we win the Cold War?
Hold on, the next episode is going to be about that.
Okay, good.
This whole series is called How Art Got Ugly. The real hammer blow that just basically destroys any chance of decent aesthetics is Cold War propaganda in Berlin. But we're not there yet. So you had the Museum of Modern Art, you had the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and by the 1960s, you had a whole generation doing PhDs by digging through the works and belongings of these 1920s figures, looking to hold up this artificial narrative. So it's a weird period because it's kind of easy to find raw facts and raw information on these figures, but it's always written up into a book or an essay that talks about Dada like it was some sort of international network of transgressors and a spirit of transgression in the air, as opposed to a few dipshits in Paris and Berlin. To get something approximating the real story, I had to just take the dates of the events, lay them out in the timeline, and the real story started to appear pretty quickly. Remember, there just aren't that many of these people, and they all meet at the same cafes, so it's pretty easy to connect the dots and figure out what's going on. But on the art side, Apollinaire had written the program for Parade, and then he wrote the essay The Cock and the Harlequin, which we went over last time, talking about how it's also a name of a gay bar somewhere, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Uh, the Cock and the Harlequin, it talked about art in terms that were just a little too on the nose. We just spent 10 episodes talking about how art is a term that never seems to be defined in quite the way that matches our intuition. And then we found one pamphlet talking about this group of cultural elites in Paris doing painting and sculpture, music, literature, poetry, ballet, opera, etc., etc. And they would all collaborate on their more intellectually minded projects, and this collaboration was called art. That fits, but it fits a little too well. Like, that's a definition that really only exists in Paris in 1918 and at no other time. In fact, as we will shortly see, it doesn't even exist in Paris for very long after that. So we've come to a glitch in the matrix where some of the source code is on the screen. Because we have been propagandized by mass media for a long time, this is what we think art should be. But, you know, all of the contemporary ugly shit that we see has a subtext. Yeah, that's what art was. But what we're doing is even more sophisticated than that. And that doesn't seem right at all.
No.
Cocteau's faction, the art side, it's going to be called, at least retroactively, the Return to Order. When we looked at Mussolini's Italy, we saw that he kept the futurists around, but they thought they were going to get to be his main propagandists, and they were sorely disappointed that when Mussolini decided, I'm propagandizing Italians, so the official art style is going to be the Novecento, the old Renaissance style paintings. Sometimes with a modern subject or a modernist spin, but no, you people can make your weird cockpit paintings off to the side. You'll be like the red-headed stepchild. We still love you. You're still invited to Thanksgiving, but yeah, no, you're done. But we helped your revolution. We helped you come to power. We thought we would get power out of that. Yeah, you thought a lot of things. Cocteau's faction is going to do something similar. Because remember, they're appealing to the mainstream. But unlike in Rome, where there's a dictator ultimately calling the shots, this is still an avant-garde movement, so they are not going to completely give up on the modern aesthetic. For example, this is Fernand Léger. The one on the left is before the war. They sometimes call this guy the tubists, where he was a cubist but trying to make everything look like a factory tube.
I got a tube for this guy.
Yeah, it's called The Staircase. The one on the right, you know, it's not realistic or anything, but it's also not as busy and not as completely weird as the one on the left. This is fairly typical of the Return to Order. They're still doing weird stuff. It's a little less of a drug trip.
Okay.
The next one, this is Picasso doing two women running on the beach. You know, they're still not realistic. Their arms are a little too geometric. Nobody's body looks like that. Certainly nobody's boobs are perfect cones like that either.
Yeah.
But it's also not anywhere near the weird shit that he was doing before the war either.
Smarten them up, kind of, this conflict.
I just think that after the war, that was just a trend, and plus he became he became a celebrity. He wanted to still be invited into the cocktail parties. He couldn't show quite as much antipathy towards the public.
Like Joe Rogan.
Yeah. This is a guy named Felice Castorati. I think I'm pronouncing that right.
I wonder what his ancestors did.
Well, there you go. Sorry, Casorati, not Castorati. I'm sorry. That was my bad on that one.
I was going to say, there was a flaw in my logic.
You know, this is him painting, I don't know if his sister or his wife or something, but it's very much in the old academic style. It's just not the size of a wall, and it's not of a noblewoman, it's of a commoner.
It should be small.
And this is Severini's Motherhood. Uh, it looks like it's the Renaissance style, but the Renaissance paintings were not about a peasant woman breastfeeding. I promise you, there's none of that.
A lot of boobs.
It's France and Italy.
That's fair.
These are not countries founded by the Puritans.
No, that's, yeah.
Some cases, these are countries that kicked out the Puritans.
Yep. Go home, guys.
You know, it's just not as obnoxious as the stuff that was done before the war, even if some of it has a bit of a modernist flair. Before the war, everybody had this weird obsession with abstraction, or in the parlance of pre-World War I Paris, pure painting. After the war, you know, it wouldn't be correct to say that they wanted to do things in the old-fashioned way, but, you know, it was closer to the old-fashioned way than Cubism or Futurism or anything else like that. And, you know, this just goes to prove just how much bullshit we have to sift through. Every book written since the 60s on Dada or Surrealism talks about the return to order like it was some sort of a reactionary art movement, as if they all decided to be Anthony van Dyck going over to London to paint the Dukes and Earls. Does this look reactionary, honestly, by any stretch of the word?
No.
There's no definition of reactionary that shows a peasant woman breastfeeding in public. That's not this.
Yep, that's pretty. You gotta be stretching some definitions to.
This whole modern simulacrum that we call culture is set up so that art is a LARP of 1920s Paris, and everything written about 1920s Paris is covered in layer upon layer of bullshit, to the point where it's like, if you're not selling bonds and gambling money away at Monte Carlo, you're reactionary.
Yeah, man.
You know, I think that these academics would love to write off the entire return to order, but they can't for two reasons. The first is that Picasso, the sellout, is part of the art faction, so he's part of the return to order, and they can't airbrush Picasso out no matter how much they'd like to. Here is Picasso going back to his most realistic. On the left, this is a painting by Ingres. Ingres was one of the popular academic painters from the 19th century, and if you read contemporary writings from the Return to Order, they all seem to decide that Ingres was going to be their role model all of a sudden. Not sure why they chose this one old academic painter, but they did. They decided he was going to be their god in the 20s.
Probably had a meeting.
The one on the right is Picasso. Again, it still has a bit of a modern aesthetic to it, but this is his spin on Ingres's painting. So even Picasso is going to get on board with the return to order. But let's be very clear here. Picasso's a communist. He is not reactionary. If you're going to be calling this reactionary, you really need to define your terms. So the return to order continues, and so does Cocteau's entire faction. And if you really want to dig deep, they still do interesting and weird off-the-wall things. For example, Cocteau does a book called Opium, the Diary of a Cure, about an opium addiction that predates Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas by 41 years. But you can still see the influence. Like, look at this.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, like all that's missing is a lizard.
Yeah.
Here's a couple more paintings of it. Like,
yeah,
this would be, if these were illustrations of Fear and Loathing, they would be not out of place at all.
You could put this in addition to Fear and Loathing. Especially the one on the left looks like Hunter.
Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, I didn't notice that. The one on the right kind of looks like the Samoan as well.
Yay. We got a new channel avatar. This is public domain, right? All right, perfect.
You know, you also see a little bit of the dystopian art that you saw with the new objectivity in Weimar. Go back and watch that episode if you don't remember. One of the more famous examples is by Picasso in 1921, and we see that he hasn't completely given up his old tricks. This is called The Three Musicians.
Yeah, that's still a drug painting.
Yeah. It's supposed to represent himself, the now deceased Guillaume Apollinaire, and Max Jacob, who was an avant-garde artist and painter from the art faction, who You'll hear about if you take a course in this stuff. Max Jacob, he was in the art faction, so he never really survivorship biased his way into the main narrative. But these were three guys who they went way back to the 1900s, the age of all the really weird experimentation with the Fauvists, the Cubists, etc. And this painting is Picasso's way of saying, yeah, that utopian era, it's finished, it's done.
Sorry, guys.
This is his elegy for it. But as I said before, we could spend hours going over everything that happens in Paris in the 20s. That's not what we're doing here. We are looking at the art that wins the survivorship bias lottery and ends up in the narrative. And that's broadly speaking the anti-art side, the Dada and the Surrealist movements. The keepers of the narrative would probably love to airbrush out everything from the art side. But, like I said, you can't get around Picasso. And you can't get around one other thing, and that's the effect that the art faction has on architecture. A few episodes ago, we looked at this cover from an exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art in the 30s, and we said that this was the moment in Spaceballs where the characters find the VHS of Spaceballs and say what happens next. The Americans looked at European art becoming more abstract, and then they decided that sophisticated artists are going to reach this weird thing called abstraction no matter what, even if they had to force it to happen themselves by creating Jackson Pollock in a lab. But over the course of our Rashomon episodes, we have covered basically everything on this chart, except for two things. Surrealism, which is coming up in this episode, and that's part of the anti-art faction, and purism. So, what is purism? Well, let's look at an example first. This is L'Isthme de Corinth by Metzinger, or the Isthmus of Corinth by Metzinger. Now, it's hard to describe this, but it's kind of the missing link between Cubism and Art Deco. You can kind of see both of them in here.
Yeah, I can see what you're talking about.
Picasso and Braque were the ones who popularized Cubism, but once the style was established, everybody in Paris needed to do a Cubist painting to prove their chops if they wanted to be welcome in the avant-garde. And Metzinger was probably the best Cubist before the war. In fact, let's look at this painting side by side with one of his Cubist paintings.
Yeah, okay.
Like clearly there's some similarities here, but it's also hard to come up with a set of criteria that delineates these two. What delineates Cubism from purism? Like, Cubism is where you smash something up into a bunch of pieces and then paste all the pieces on the canvas. But that's also kind of true of the painting on the right-hand side. But it's also a little bit different. It's not quite the same thing. And before we can properly answer what's going on here, what exactly is the difference between these two things, we need to talk about what's going on in Paris's intellectual milieu in general. The first half of episode 7 of this series was not really about art per se. We talked about the 1920s from a high level. Now, I'm not going to rehash that because you can go back and listen to the episode. But the more you read about the 1920s, the more you realize that the 1920s, it looks a little bit too much like the world today. A few things are just a little off, but everything is very familiar. If you read about the world of 1900, it's the world of Sherlock Holmes and Lawrence of Arabia, which seems like a completely different world. Then you go back even farther than that, you go to 1880, you had a world where the middle class is still a novelty. And in 1860, you have a world where photography is something that had literally just changed war journalism in the Crimean War and the American Civil War. And then in...
how'd that Crimea thing work out?
Some things have been on an auto loop for longer than the 1920s.
At least we're not in war in Crimea. Oh.
Yeah, and in 1850, you had the Great Exhibition in London in the Crystal Palace, which was literally the first public building with flush toilets. So every time you go back a couple of decades, you have to imagine a completely different world.
With no toilets.
But, there's something in 1925 that seems oddly familiar. There's nothing in 1925 that is fundamentally different than the world today. A few of the details are different here and there, and we now have flat screen TVs and iPhones. But in 1925, you have cities that depend on electric lighting. You have an economic system that is based on consumption over all else. You have an obsession with efficiency. You have a fetish for democracy. You have existential questions about life in an industrialized society. You have creatives trying to sound intelligent by injecting psychological themes into their work. It's all there, and we haven't really moved on past that.
Nope.
Like I said, humanity, yes, we've invented the transistor and the atomic bomb, and we've put a man on the moon. But when you really dig into the world of 1925, it just doesn't feel all that foreign in the way that the world of Sherlock Holmes did, or the world where flush toilets were a novelty did. It really feels like we're stuck in a world that hasn't progressed at all culturally, which may be a clue as to why art is so uninspired in the current year. As an example of how much the world of the 1920s still looms in our collective consciousness, in the 20s, just as now, intellectuals, they love their scientific buzzwords. I studied math and electrical engineering in university. I can't tell you the number of times that I heard a liberal arts student or some hipster trying to explain the uncertainty principle to me. Or Gödel's incompleteness theorem, or general relativity, or the laws of thermodynamics, or anything else like that.
They literally don't have the prerequisites.
No. Every time I hear that stuff, it makes the hair on the back of my neck just stand on end. Those ideas, they are interesting ideas in context, but to properly talk about them would be like talking about doing algebra.
Yeah.
And trust me, when you bring up algebra, the hipster who brings up quantum physics, he just gets offended.
Yeah.
Not to mention every vagina in a 50-yard radius grows dry.
This is a kid who couldn't solve for X in grade
No.
10. So
don't get me wrong, if you're a spurg who likes math, it's interesting stuff. It's fascinating. But I guarantee you that hipster McSkinny Jeans doesn't give a shit about the Cauchy-Schwarz inequality, which is what the uncertainty principle actually is. He didn't give a shit about that when he double majored in philosophy and political science.
Yeah.
But it is fascinating because if you read any popular science from Stephen Hawking to Neil deGrasse Tyson, they all refer to this Einsteinian stuff as modern physics.
Mm.
Modern physics is quantum mechanics, general relativity, the double slit experiment, and the fact that things are sometimes waves and sometimes particles. Now, that's a very weird phrase, modern physics, especially to use now. Science is a field that builds on top of itself. Current scientists may or may not be any better than past scientists. They certainly don't make any world-changing discoveries anymore. I think the peer review process that was introduced in the 70s was a complete disaster to the point that companies no longer accept biological or medical discoveries from universities because they're so unreliable to replicate.
If you're wondering how the big cough got out of hand,
Yeah.
these are the people at the helm.
Yeah, it's called the replication crisis for a reason. It's like every other faculty in a university. The science department has become a bastion of make-work jobs programs. You think the hard sciences are immune from this? They're not.
Nope.
But it also shows just how much the 1920s loom in our collective consciousness because, people talk about the uncertainty principle, which was a discovery from the 20s. Nobody talks about Michael Faraday or Maxwell equations when they want to sound intelligent at parties, even though those are just as pioneering in the history of physics and technology as relativity was. In fact, the three scientific fields that were in the common consciousness in the 1920s, they're all still in the discourse today. Modern physics, Darwinian evolution, and the psychology of Freud and Jung. And, the latter one is the one that's most germane to our discussion because there actually were scientific experiments done in the 50s to teach us some things about psychology. But before that point, Freud and Jung were just two crazy guys coming up with conjectures, and the intellectuals in all the Paris salons were just hanging on every word those two guys
Yep.
said.
And basically everything those two said has been thrown out.
Yep.
So,
Yep. But you know what? It's been thrown out, but intellectuals today, they still talk about Freud and Jung.
yep.
Jordan Peterson got famous talking about Jung and his archetypes.
Yep.
He talked about the appearance of dragons and devouring mothers in stories and in art, and he had an odd obsession with the movie Pinocchio and its symbolism.
Yeah, you want to talk about symbolism? It's unfortunate that the character's nose is a phallic symbol, and anyway.
Remember, Freud said everything was a phallic symbol that represented a penis, and somebody said, "So why are you smoking a cigar?"
Yeah.
So, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
Sometimes it's a big brown dick.
Now, the real question, though, was any of that stuff actual science, or were they just smart-sounding ideas that were simple enough for the creatives to digest? Because, whether or not these ideas have any scientific merit, those ideas certainly entered the broader culture. Freud gave us Woody Allen, and Jung gave us Luke Skywalker.
And Freud gave a lot of people cocaine.
Yep, that he did.
Because he thought it cured.
And heroin.
Yeah, because he thought they cured depression.
Well, Freud talked a bunch about the unconscious mind and some, let's say, unconventional views on sexuality. Jung talked about cross-cultural archetypes and spirituality. Freud and Jung, yes, they had high IQs, but it helps if you think of them like any other avant-garde intellectuals writing weird, esoteric essays about culture. Freud hung around in Vienna around the turn of the century, clearly interacting with the OG avant-garde movement, the Vienna Secession. And, his ideas, they were at least internally coherent, whether or not they were scientifically accurate. So they got taken up by all sorts of writers who wanted to sound intelligent. But I just want to make one thing clear. They talk about Freud and Jung for the exact same reason that they talk about quantum physics. It's just the thing that happens to be in vogue in the 1920s, during this age that we call modernity or modernism, where people are obsessed with science and technological future. In fact, that's why we call it modern physics, because it was from the 1920s, the modern age. When writers of the 1920s like James Joyce, Eugene O'Neill, Hermann Hesse, when they all use psychological themes in their writing, you should kind of think of it like Huxley writing about the gray, concrete, industrialized society, or a movie like Metropolis. It's an age of scientism, which should probably be called science fetishization, the original trust the science. It's just an age when, you wanted to prove how intelligent you were by pretending you understood the latest theories in physics. Trust me, if you want to sound intelligent now, you don't need to know what the latest physicists are talking about in the academic journals. You still just talk about the uncertainty principle.
Yep. And evolution, and freaking
Freud and Jung, yeah.
Freud and Jung.
And this idea of high society injecting science into their lofty conversations and their philosophizing, it will come into play in our Paris narrative when we talk about the Surrealists, who had an unhealthy obsession, to say the least, with the theories of Sigmund Freud. But it also comes into play when we talk about purism, because we need to talk about a man named Charles Edward Jeanneret. He was born in Switzerland into a family of Protestant watch engravers. He was the black sheep of the family, not because he was a flashy, eccentric showman, because this family of Swiss Protestant watch engravers just thought he was too autistic.
Wow.
So in a strong field, this is probably the most autistic guy we're going to be talking about in the entire series.
Can we call him Rain Man?
Oh, just wait. We have talked about a lot of autistic people. I think this guy may be at the peak of that mountain. And as much as it would be nice to blame the anti-art side for how art got ugly, this guy is a member of the art faction, and his fingerprints are all over the crime scene as well. The thing about this guy is that he has the exact same relationship with his domineering mother that Principal Skinner does.
Okay.
And it's going to be tumultuous for his whole life. Like, he only outlives his mother by 5 years.
Oh.
And the whole time, he comes up with a lot of these weird architectural buildings and says, "Mother, do you see how famous and successful I am?" And all he hears in return is, "You're still my deadbeat son who abandoned the family watchmaking business." His mother was a musician, and his older brother was a talented violinist, so his mother thought his older brother was going to be a composer who made the family famous. Young Charles Edouard here, he was always seen as the fuck-up architect. But as we will shortly see when we look at his body of work, you may actually sympathize with his mother on that one.
Sure.
Because like all of these utopian fucks, as a teenager he reads Nietzsche and becomes obsessed with the Übermensch. Specifically, he becomes obsessed with Zarathustra, saying we need to smash the old tablets so that the new ones can be written by the new Übermensch.
It's always these little dweebs that get
Yep.
hung up on Nietzsche.
Yep. If you want something hilarious, Google the picture of Nietzsche without a mustache.
Yeah,
Speaking of
that
dweebs.
That filled a freaking blank slate, for me.
Now, combine this with Jeanneret's Swiss Protestant upbringing, and I think he was maybe a little too obsessed with wiping away all the old and building New Jerusalem in its place. And that is certainly going to come into play later on, almost right at the end of our story after World War II. So the end of the story arc is in sight. I've mapped it all out, but we're still in the 20s here. And as a teenager, Jeanneret, he was a talented painter, but he decided to start studying architecture. And then he did something that gave his parents an ulcer. He dropped out of school and decided to start traveling Europe. He dropped out of school and decided to start traveling Europe to look at the real architecture. And I support this in theory, though when buildings can collapse, I do think it's important to learn certain scientific and engineering principles.
Yeah.
Generally, he is enough of a spurg that he can figure those things out. But the bigger issue is that his travels take him to Paris, where he learns about reinforced concrete and how it allows architects to design these massive concrete buildings with open spaces without load-bearing walls, as traditional designs would entail. And this is when the narrator makes a statement like, but he failed to see that just because you could, that doesn't mean that you should. Because he is going to be the king of the concrete slab for the rest of his career. Now, his career does not start off that badly. This is Villa Jeanneret-Perret. For his first independent creation, he builds a house for his parents with a big music room and a big kitchen. And if you watched our last episode, this is Art Nouveau. I can live with Art Nouveau, but his parents told him, "Charles, we're a family of stuffy Swiss Protestants. How many big musical dinner parties do you think we have?" Also, this thing turned out to be a lot more expensive than he expected to construct. So it put the family into debt, and they had to sell it after a few years.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Yep, and this is the first of many times that his mother is going to say, "See, Charles, this is why you're the fuck-up son." Also, as a side note, every single one of these buildings, which seem plain and mediocre, are not just shoehorned into architecture curriculums. They're UNESCO heritage sites,
Great.
which tells you how much the narrative is not driven by organic development, but it's driven by these large post-World War II established institutions.
Yeah.
But realizing that in his small village in Switzerland, he can't really do this weird concrete slab stuff, he moves back to Paris, making him the only person to move from Switzerland to Paris during the war. He's just that autistically devoted to making architecture out of reinforced concrete.
He's got to see it before it gets blown up.
Now, when we talked about constructivism, we talked about one of the defining phenomena of the early 20th century avant-garde being the architect who drew pictures of the visionary buildings of the future, but who couldn't actually get any of them built. Jeanneret is going to be the perfect example of this. But that doesn't actually matter because France is the land of René Descartes, It's a place where there's actual social currency in being an abstract theoretician who comes up with lofty abstract principles and deduces everything from it and has no real world practical skills.
Yeah. Looking at you, Voltaire.
The French, especially in this era, they had the utopian dream of being able to mathematize nature. The Eiffel Tower contains the name of 72 French scientists who distinguished themselves since the Revolution, and 18 of them are mathematicians. For comparison, across the channel in Westminster Abbey, there's maybe 5 mathematicians buried, one of whom is Stephen Hawking, not that long ago. When I went to university, I didn't study the humanities, I studied math, and I always thought it was strange when a textbook talked about, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle or Gödel's incompleteness theorem as if they caused a crisis in philosophy. Like, what kind of philosophy really depends on whether you can simultaneously tell the position and momentum of an electron? Who is going to get thrown into an identity crisis because you can't systematize the universe into a list of axioms like in Euclid's Elements? Now I'm starting to understand it because it threw off the pretentious theories of all these Parisian intellectuals. You base your whole personality around being the next René Descartes who can completely mathematize nature, and then somebody who can actually do math comes along and says, hey guys, I just came up with a proof that you can't mathematize nature. You're going to look fucking silly.
There we go.
But at least you can fall back on Sigmund Freud. Because don't worry, you never have to worry about a real scientist proving or disproving Sigmund Freud.
No, we're not even allowed to do the research, so they're safe.
So the French, they love a theoretician who doesn't actually accomplish anything, but can make the equations look nice. And Généré is going to fill that role to a T. Because remember that this is the age of the avant-garde artistic movement, when a small group of artists would claim that they were the true stewards of art, and they would have some highfalutin manifesto or other document full of theories that the prophet brought down from the mountain that you had to swear fealty to. And in the perfect world, you would be the guy who was in charge of one of these movements. Within the art faction, there was one upper crust painter named Amédée aux Enfants, who was well connected with the ecosystem of collectors, critics, curators, etc. He took one look at this autistic country bumpkin from Switzerland and said, I need you to write the most pretentious academic sounding manifesto you can, and I will essentially be your agent. I will parade you around Paris's self-loathing bourgeoisie saying, look at this fucking spurt, he can't even tie his shoes. He's come up with all of these theories of art that incorporate the latest theories from quantum physics and Sigmund Freud. So the two of them wrote a book called Après le Cubisme, or After Cubism, which is a manifesto, but it's kind of a made-to-order manifesto that's really well refined, because the self-loathing nouveau riche audience, they expect a manifesto by this point. They want the presentation. And Généré is not an idiot. He's at least self-aware enough to know that this is how the game is played. So he doesn't just write the manifesto. He comes up with a persona and shows up to fancy events in character. That's him on the right.
Wow.
This is his character, Le Corbusier. He's basically the Pee Wee Herman of 1920s avant-garde Paris. Right down to the point where Généré talks about Corbusier in the third person in his writings. He signs his paintings Charles-Édouard Généré, and he signs his writings in architecture Le Corbusier.
Jesus.
And the Pee Wee Herman parallels continue.
Did he get caught in a theater?
Well, not those parallels. But just like Paul Rubens never got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, but Pee Wee Herman did. And like, as you said, like nobody gave a shit that some degenerate actor went to adult film theaters, but everybody cared that the beloved Pee Wee Herman was caught jerking off to backdoor beauties. Le Corbusier, he isn't just some weird character that this guy plays for a few years like Sacha Baron Cohen playing Borat. You know, at the end of the day, Sacha Baron Cohen, he is going to go into the chronicles, not Borat. Borat's still going to be remembered as the character. Nobody remembers Paul Rubens. Everybody remembers Pee Wee Herman. Yeah, nobody remembers the guy on the left. Nobody remembers Charles-Edouard Jeanneret, the painter. The official narrative of 20th century architecture remembers Le Corbusier.
Okay.
All his life, Jeanneret was just a polite Swiss bourgeois Protestant who just wanted to be a good neighbor. But he would put on the glasses and the bow tie, and he would be this uncompromising French public intellectual who would walk around letting you know that he disapproved of your Philistine misunderstanding of his theories. He had no courtesy and no shame. And when the official 20th century narrative was institutionalized, half of the pretentious architects from the silent generation through Generation X literally wore those retarded round-rimmed glasses.
Yep.
Like, just look at this.
Yeah. I have had professors dressed like this.
So what does this so-called purist art look like? What is purism? It's stuff like this. It's kind of cubist, but it's really stripped down to the basics. As an analogy, this would be like Saturday Night Live in the late 80s or early 90s. It's safe edgy. It's sort of cubist, so you can say you support the avant-garde, but it's also safe enough for you to buy it and hang it in your living room without it throwing off the decor.
It's hedging your bets.
Yeah. Like I said, this is not Beavis and Butthead on MTV. This is not South Park on Comedy Central. This is Mike Myers doing Wayne's World on NBC. The hip new thing for New York yuppies. But, really, how edgy is Mike Myers when he's just making pop culture references, really?
Yep.
That's what Jeanneret is doing with this. Is this really edgy when he's just making a reference to Cubism, which is 12 years old by this point? No, it's not.
This is a cover song.
This is a safe reference to Picasso. It's a safe reference to the Cubists, in the exact same way that the intro scene to the Wayne's World movie is them singing Bohemian Rhapsody. Mm-hmm. Or, maybe more subtly, you know how that movie has the scene with Chris Farley playing the bouncer, talking about how the big shot record producer is going to St. Louis and then going back through Chicago on the way to Detroit? And Mike Myers breaks the fourth wall and says, wow, it's so convenient to the storyline that the bouncer just happened to know all that information, don't you think? That's exactly what this is. It is meant for consumption. It is meant to be part of the storyline.
Okay.
But he wants you to feel like you're the A+ student for getting the meta humor.
All right. Okay.
That said, though, Mike Myers and the screenwriters, they were still talented, and Chris Farley still managed to steal the scene by being over the top and heavy-handed, that, you couldn't not be entertained. But, looking back, even though the 90s felt like a golden age at the time, meta humor is an indication that an art form is already in decline.
Yeah, you're already self-referential.
And it worked for a little while, but eventually the well ran dry. And now you can't really get meta and be original anymore. And, you can totally see that in the output of Hollywood in the current year. All you see are a bunch of superhero movies with facile plot lines where the good guys fight the bad guys.
And remakes.
Well, like I said, this is kind of a remake.
Yeah,
this is a remake of Cubism.
Exactly.
And, I really do think that purism was the same phenomenon happening in art in the 20s. Because I want to be clear, the manifesto after Cubism, it is well written, and it is thought-provoking. Some of it is academic hot air, but this is France, so an element of that is to be expected. But the synopsis of the essay is, Cubism is completely played out. It made us rethink what art is, but it really didn't give us anything worthwhile. But don't worry, we're going to give you a completely new definition of art, custom made for the industrial age of the 20th century and all the new scientific discoveries. And, to his credit, the essay is not Deepak Chopra talking about quantum physics and a bunch of vibrations that put you in touch with the universe. That's not what's going on here. Ozenfant and Jeanneret, they know enough math, science, and philosophy that their new definition of art, it at least makes for an interesting good faith discussion. It's just not exactly raw, unvarnished emotion. It's packaged and it's refined for bourgeois tastes. But in hindsight, it's an indication that whatever art was in 1920s Paris, it was at the very least in flux. We are stuck in a LARP where art is in a simulacrum of 1920s Montmartre, but whatever that was, it was already deconstructing itself in the way that cinema was deconstructing itself in irony and metahumor in the 90s. We are going to discuss the essay because it's an indicator of the creative and intellectual energy that must have existed in this particular time and place. But we also have to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a marketing gimmick. This is not the American audience whose hearts can be won over with the great American spectacle, whether it's a schlocky Broadway show tune or a comedian with a ventriloquist dummy. This is Paris, where you really can sell paintings with outlines of guitars with a 40-page dissertation on art. You talk about art, mathematics, philosophy, and industrialization, and the Paris bourgeois crowd was like, oh, I want to buy that guy's paintings. So what do we learn from this essay, After Cubism, Après le Cubisme? Well, it brings us to an unfortunate realization. It was written in an environment where young men are bar fighting one second and debating philosophy the next. And that ground was fertile for culture, whether you call it art or whether you have another word for it. It's not just that this environment no longer exists. It's that, like I said, everything since 1945 is just been about making a simulacrum of this. Mostly through the university system that has been freshly oriented towards the middle class and staffing corporate HR departments. It's not possible for the kind of world that existed in 1920s Paris to exist when the modern cultural scene is, let's be frank, female dominated. We grew up in a world where all our teachers were women, but that just means that the battle was already lost. You know, in hindsight, it's kind of horrible, right? Yeah. Education is not supposed to be about biting your tongue in every class where you need to write a paper and then turning your brain on for math and science class, but only because if you can do algebra, these middle-aged Prozac junkies can't argue with you. You know, it's sad because I grew up thinking that philosophy was just maybe a bit of brain candy, but it's ultimately just a learning exercise that you take to get through university, like playing your scales if you want to learn an instrument.
Yeah.
You know, you would take a philosophy class if it really interested you, but you know, this stuff is ultimately a moot point because if you were smart, you'd be majoring in math, physics, or computer science anyway. But reading these manifestos from the 20s, especially this one, you know, there's no other way to describe it other than to say you just know it's real philosophy. I don't agree with all of it. In fact, I'm going to start tearing it apart and making fun of some of it. But this isn't some activity that was just done for a teacher or for an academic journal. You know, nobody ever believed the lie when teachers or professors said, I don't care if I disagree with you, as long as you argue your point properly, I'll give you full credit. Like, nobody ever believed that. If you believe that the spinster teacher with a bunch of cats is going to accept a wide range of arguments on why black people don't do well in society, I've got a bridge to sell you.
Yeah.
When you look at this document, you see that these two guys, they're only too eager to show their work. They want to explain using the language of philosophy why their weird art is truly the next big thing. And they're doing it for the market. They're doing it for a vibrant cultural market, not for some fucking teacher in an artificial environment. And, you know, that vibrant cultural market, it just doesn't exist anywhere.
Like the difference between a fist fight and a choreographed sparring session.
Yes. You know, another thing about this essay is that the language is clear. This is not postmodernism where you try to redefine all your terms in opaque language so that you can impress your friends on the editorial board of an academic journal.
And on Tumblr.
Yeah, that's not what's going on here. This is not the Sokol affair where, if you're too young to know what we're talking about, that was where a physics professor submitted a paper that was an absolute word salad full of phrases like, and this is verbatim, feminist and post-structuralist critiques have demystified the substantive content of mainstream Western scientific practice, revealing the ideology of domination concealed behind the facade of objectivity. That's a direct quote.
Later they put that into practice in
Yep,
the
yep.
2015s.
Well, that's just it. You know, in the 90s when he did this, a few people were embarrassed, but did that mean they changed their ways?
Nope.
No, it didn't. You know, this essay by Ozenfant and Generet, it really is a well thought out treatise on what art truly means in this newly industrialized world that has just gone through a purge in World War I. It talks about aesthetics. It pontificates on what beauty is and at least tries to define it, though as we will shortly see, I completely disagree with the definition. And while all the facts are correct, it does make some subjective claims about developments in science, which I really disagree with. Yet I almost find it endearingly French in its overconfidence. So again, you realize there was just a completely different cultural milieu in 1920s Paris, and it's one which we are never going to truly be able to understand. You just had to be there. This is not
like the 60s.
Yep. Well, they say if you lived through the 60s, you weren't really there in the 60s.
San Francisco in the middle 60s. Could strike Spock's anywhere.
Well, like I said, this is not some post-World War II ivory tower academic having a debate on Keynesian economics or the gender binary or the male gaze or social justice or any shit like that. This is not just making up words and staring at your navel. This is a philosophy set in a specific time and place, every bit as much as the art is set in a specific time and place. And when you read this stuff, even if you disagree with every word of it, you know it's the real deal. Whatever so-called philosophy we get taught in school, it's just not the same activity as this. We are stuck in this framework that is centered on education in the university. It's just a very poor substitute for the real thing. You don't get good philosophy from being a philosophy major any more than you become a good singer from majoring in music. You get good philosophy from being in a city full of society's smartest people, getting shit-faced drunk every Friday and Saturday night with a bunch of other degenerates, and using your ideas as currency with the yuppies and trust fund kids who sustain the market for culture. And then the next morning, while completely hungover, you try to write that shit down in a drunken stupor. The Hunter S. Thompson formula. At least the Hunter S. Thompson formula was not as much of an outlier as you might be led to think.
The Hemingway formula as well.
Well, Hemingway lived in 1920s Paris.
There we
That's
go.
exactly what I'm saying.
There we go.
Anyways, without further ado, let's dive into this essay and see what it says. And remember, this is the 20s when there's a fetish for science. You know, we're still talking about 20s science and psychology, and what Generet is going to do is define art as rigorously as he defines science, and he's going to talk about art as if there are laws of art that need to be discovered. So again, I think this is a tenuous claim, but again, it's endearingly French in the attempt.
Certainly an approach.
Look, I will say this is written in good faith. I have to give it to him, even if I disagree with huge parts of it. I think his ideas are a lot of hot air, but I respect him for putting his money where his mouth is, because he's doing this in the real world to make a sale. And his argument goes as follows. We now have mass production. We got it by looking at these complex systems and extracting the invariants. What does an invariant mean? It means the CEO looks at a block diagram on the whiteboard, and having too many details makes things confusing. So he was able to tame science by reducing it to equations and block diagrams. And therefore, I am such an autist that I am going to reduce art to block diagrams as well. Hence this block diagram aesthetic.
Oh, okay. There we go.
In one of the most autistically French things I have ever read, he says, look at a fountain. So look at this fountain here. He says that when you're painting a fountain, you need to show the stream of water from the side if possible. Why? Because the parabola is a law of nature, and you want to show the parabola. That's the correct way to express nature. If you show the parabola from head on, let's put these parabolas on. If you show the parabola from head on, it just looks like a line. That's not really expressing nature, but showing the parabola from the side, that's really expressing nature because you can make an equation of it. I told you this was so fucking French.
Lines are unnatural. Only the parabola is.
Whatever you think of it, I agree it's written by a French guy.
Yeah, did you find another French guy who's like, no, the parallelogram is the highest expression of nature?
I didn't find it, but like I said, there's a lot of survivorship bias going on here, and I'm sure there is some archive, some library in the catacombs of Paris where that is going to be dug up. Like I said, it's almost endearing in its French autism.
Yeah.
So like I said, his argument is that if you show the parabola from head on, it just looks like a line and you're not really expressing nature. So it's not just that it's more aesthetically pleasing to show it from the side. It's the way that you truly express nature, because the details aren't the essence of an object. The equations are the essence of an object.
Jeez.
So yeah, I'm not being facetious for comic effect here. His actual argument is that you express nature by reducing the shapes to block diagrams, and you have to make sure to show off the parabola because we know the exact equation of it. Also, for some reason, completely unbeknownst to me, all of these people, Corbusier and Ozenfant included, they want to get rid of Romanticism. As a reminder, here's the Romantic paintings here. This is the nice stuff.
Yeah.
I don't see why anybody would want to get rid of this and replace it with a block diagram and a parabola, but they do. The Dadaists, they talked about how Romanticism was bourgeois, and Corbusier talked about how Romanticism doesn't express nature quite as well as a parabola does. Go figure. To me, it's ridiculous, but we have another clue about how art got ugly, because in the 20s, avant-garde artists in Paris decided that for whatever reason, this needed to be gotten rid of. You know, this, which literally is sentimental towards nature, needs to be gotten rid of because equations represent nature better. So fucking French.
Robertson Davies said, Romanticism centers the human.
Mm-hmm. The French are a country full of autists.
Yep.
I don't know what to tell you.
Well, it's like, if you have a degree, they have to listen to you. They can't say, like, you're educated very well, but you're an idiot.
Yeah.
They just can't square that circle. So it's like they end up listening to these fucking weirdos with PhDs and nonsense.
Yeah, that's another common theme in France. You have these groups of intellectuals who all agree that everything needs to be thrown out so that a utopia can grow, but there's no consensus whatsoever on what that utopia should look like.
Except about the age of consent laws. They agree those must be done away with.
Yeah, all these people, they thought that Romanticism needed to be 86 to make way for something better, and all we've seen since then is art that was drab, budget-conscious, minimalist, mixed media, reimagined, esoteric shit. But the thing I do appreciate about this essay is that it at least feels like it's part of a real live debate over the definition of art, not some classroom discussion 6 decades later over whether or not a urinal counts as art. In fact, that whole classroom debate is just part of the bigger LARP of the 1920s. Nobody thinks there is any currency in a discussion over whether a urinal is art now. But when you're trying to cosplay 1920s Montmartre, why not performatively just repeat their old debates?
Like reenacting the Civil War.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. This is the liberal Civil War reenactment. That's actually a pretty good way of putting it. The first 2 chapters talk about what art is in the year of our Lord, 1918, and the discussion is as good as any that I've read. Certainly as good as anything written now. The essay starts by talking about the development of Cubism starting in 1908, when the craziest thing out there was Fauvism with the unnatural colors, and how the Belle Epoque was a time of decadence, so the painting was decadent. And now that we've just gone through the war, we have to strip away all that decadence. And he says that the Cubists are like the people who explored Antarctica. It's respectable that they were bold enough to venture into the great unknown, but once they came back with nothing, you don't need to keep exploring a bleak frozen desert. They talk about the idea of pure painting and abstraction pushed by Apollinaire and the Puteaux group in 1912 and 1913. They say that before the Cubists, people made the anecdote secondary to the stylistic and formal decisions. And the Cubists just took it one step farther and pushed the anecdote completely out of the frame with stuff like this. Like, it's completely non-representative. This is František Kupka's Form of Blue.
It's like maybe where the Wizard of Oz lives.
So now Ozenfant and Corbusier pose the question, is this non-representative painting revolutionary? And their answer is definitive, fuck no. This just looks like a tapestry rolled out onto a canvas. There are a lot of academic theories floating around about how Cubism is scientific because it shows things from many angles all at once. But Corbusier says these fuckers are just basically painting their grandmother's tapestry.
Yeah.
That's also ornamental and dissociated into a bunch of geometric panels. Nobody says that is profound and philosophical. And even worse, this looks like the tapestries that you see in museums from the savage peoples in the colonies.
Yep.
So I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the way that this essay starts off. It does go off the rails later, but it has a strong start. It then goes on a digression about how most Cubists are profoundly unserious when they give their paintings ridiculous or bizarre titles for the sake of shocking bourgeois sensibilities. Just look at any piece of abstract contemporary art with a self-important title about fucking seaweed relaxing a current or something. Yep. I just Googled a random contemporary art title and that's what came up. But that's where it comes from. Ozenfant and Corbusier, they also say that it's a real problem when young and upcoming artists look at older artists and have to ask, are these people serious? In fact, that very dynamic is basically the reason why the university system is in total collapse in the year 2025. When you come to that realization, wait a second, my professor is just as stupid as my classmates.
Yep, that's a dark day in your undergrad.
Then the essay says something very near and dear to my heart. It goes back to the science fetish and talks about all these artists who want to ingest the latest theories from physics and say, I want to be the first person to represent the fourth dimension in my painting. You still see this in movies like Cube 2, the Hypercube.
Yeah.
Again, talking about just how we are on a complete auto loop. I can almost guarantee that this was written by Corbusier and not Ozenfant because, he's the one who's autistic enough to understand the fourth dimension, the math behind it.
Yeah, the math.
But he says that this is thoroughly ridiculous because these avant-garde artists have been doing cubism and all the other new techniques since Cézanne stopped caring about perspective and started making use of flatness. This is going to peak with Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko in the mid-century. Corbusier just says, you fuckers have spent the last 15 years talking about how you're brilliant because you've stopped caring about perspective and depth. You have removed the third dimension from your painting, and now you're talking about how you're going to add the fourth dimension into it. Get the fuck out of here. Again, I like the way this essay starts.
Yeah, promising beginning here.
But the biggest issue is that these weird Cubist paintings were supposed to be for a select circle of self-loathing bougie people in Paris. But now that Picasso has just gotten famous making Cubist sets and costumes for the ballet, we actually have to figure out if these glorified tapestries are actually art. Then Ozenfant and Corbusier really do try to define art in the 20th century, which is, it's more than anybody else can say, especially now. I don't think that their definition of art really stood the test of time. Their argument goes as follows. In the world of the factory, collective pride is starting to replace the artisan spirit, especially when the output of the factory is something that nobody can make by hand.
Yeah.
Again, that certainly hasn't lasted through the 21st century, where we seem to be moving in the opposite direction. There is no collective pride in a diverse society, let alone one where you buy everything at Walmart from China.
Yeah.
But Corbusier and Ozenfant, they talk about how a complicated factory operation must depend on order and harmony, so there must be some beauty in that. And we just need to capture that beauty somehow.
Oh, they need to do some freaking swing shifts down at the box factory. They'll learn
Yeah.
about the freaking beauty of freaking industrial production.
Well, that's just it. They
12 hours at a time.
Well, they then mention how the basis of all beauty are numbers and their expression, and that's where the math nerd just needs to be shoved into a locker.
Yep.
I'm sorry. This is why architects have been telling us for 100 years that there is some sort of beauty in brutalism and the so-called factory aesthetic. No, there isn't. There's just some Poindexter who thinks that he can reduce some aspect of industry to an equation, so therefore it must be beautiful. I was a math major. I understand what math professors say when they talk about there being beauty in mathematics. Sometimes there is. It's also not Cologne Cathedral. I am not going to stick a math problem. I'm not going to stick algebra in front of somebody and tell him to do algebra until he sees the beauty. It doesn't work that way. And even if it did, the paper factory is not exactly a bee building a honeycomb.
No. No, I worked in low level jobs in factories, and yeah, it's kind of like prison.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was legit worried about like maybe getting bent over one of the machines. Like that's how rough my coworkers were. So yeah, it shows a lack of mass, as the Scientologists would say. There's not they're opining on a subject they're not indulging in.
Yeah. Well, in what could be considered at best wishful thinking, they say that as time goes on, industry is going to be refined, and eventually we are going to get an industrial aesthetic that is closer to perfection than anything that the Greeks built. And in a stroke of true Frenchness, he says that we need to make art jump forward to join science, where there are going to be laws that determine what truly great art is, just like there are laws that determine what science is. And that future generations of artists are going to build upon current artistic theories and new scientific theories to get even closer to this thing called beauty. And that's where I think the train starts to go off the rails. I would still recommend anybody read this essay if you really want to get into this guy's head, because it's at least sincere. This is not Lotus Kang talking about denaturing identity into material processes and the physical choreography of her installations. That is verbatim. Fuck you, Lotus, again.
Yeah, seriously, fuck you, Lotus. Speaking of people who can't do calculus.
Exactly. Or worse, how Lotus says she is, quote, doing diaspora rather than showing it.
That's
Ozenfant and Corbusier's essay is actually intelligent food for thought. I will give them that. And one of the reasons that I believe art is finished is that the spirit in this essay, whether you agree with it or you disagree with it, that spirit just doesn't exist anywhere. So where the fuck is this thing called art supposed to come from? It's not coming from Lotus Kang, I promise you that. So within the art faction of the Paris avant-garde, Ozenfant and Corbusier, they're going to be the purists. They're the ones who make art according to these theories, whether you believe those theories or not. Remember that before Apollinaire died, he talked about the new spirit, l'esprit nouveau, and both Cocteau and Breton's factions are going to say we are the true flag bearers for the new spirit. Just to beat you over the head, Ozenfant and Corbusier, they came up with a new publication called L'Esprit Nouveau. And this is what Corbusier is going to use as the vehicle for his really autistic theories and ideas. He's ride or die on the idea of real art and real beauty coming out of mass production, to the point where he says the true ideal of beauty is the Ford Model T, at least in the modern age.
It's a pretty car, but we've come a long way from the freaking Renaissance paintings. For this utilitarian item made in a factory to be.
He is just that autistic.
Yep.
So I'm somewhat forgiving of the manifesto because at least for the first time we got a definition of the word art. Now that doesn't mean that I'm lenient towards his actual ideas about architecture, because they're horrifying. He later wrote a book called Vers une Architecture, or Towards an Architecture, whose message seems to be, here's why your life will be so much better if your house is a concrete block and your city is full of concrete blocks.
Jesus. I wonder if this has anything to do with why I lived in a concrete block.
It has everything to do with that, and that story's going to unfold over a little bit, but yes, it has everything to do with that. Now, this book is full of some top quality intellectual bloviating, and yet if you've ever met an architect, you'll know exactly where that architect's pretentious ideas come from.
Yeah. This is like pulling back the curtain on The Magician.
Yeah.
Like I go around now and I notice some of these styles getting aped, and I'm like, oh.
Yep.
They're just idiots. Okay.
Yep. Well, Corbusier's thesis is basically the Model T came out of perfecting the mass manufacturing process. So the perfect house has to come out of the mass manufacturing process as well. It has to be a, quote, machine for living. He uses that term, machine for living, for the house. I don't want my house to be a machine. I want my house to be a house.
Now, people on the autism spectrum sometimes have trouble understanding how normal people interact with their environment and stimuli and stuff. It's a big barrier for many people on the spectrum. I can see it in Le Corbusier here. He's like, he's going to design a house that's going to not at all work for, you know, a normal human that has like normal instincts and like.
Yep.
Oh, God.
Well, on that note, some of his ideas were tragically picked up by brutalist architects in the mid-20th century, but you should actually consider yourself lucky, because the next step beyond concrete cube architecture is concrete cube city planning.
Oh, excellent.
We saw a little bit of that after the war in American cities, where they would knock down an entire neighborhood to build the interstate. But for the most part, we were spared Corbusier's utopian vision because it just kind of fizzled out. You know, his vision for turning the city of the future into the iron and concrete ant colony. But you know, if you read some old academic documents, they always seem to contain a statement like, people used to believe X, but then they got over that and nobody thinks that way today. No. People thought it was ugly then. They think it's ugly now. Just some people decided that they were going to bless us by forcing it on us.
And we can mass produce it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
that's really the reason it was adopted. The almighty dollar. Like, again, reading Corbusier, you get the sense that he ran in these circles where people truly believed that mass production and utopia were completely intertwined. I just can't imagine thinking that way, and maybe it's because I'm too far removed from it. I grew up in an age where the relentless pursuit of efficiency led to every blue-collar job being replaced with an illiterate third-worlder.
Yeah, and it got to the point where, like a Fight Club style dissatisfaction with the 9 to 5.
Yeah.
You know, like.
Well, I mean, you want to talk about the arts of the 90s. Just remember the relentless corporate efficiency turned the good, real musicians from the early 90s into like Britney Spears and the Backstreet Boys and Spice Girls by the end of the decade.
Yep. I remember when that happened. That was a very quick changeover.
Yep.
It was just.
Yeah, so maybe it's just because we see brutalist concrete buildings everywhere these days, but it's just never inspired my soul the way that a house with brick masonry does.
Yeah, the only reason that you want fortified concrete is if you live in East Ukraine.
For different reasons.
Yeah, that's when you want quickly repaired prefab fortification. Yeah, then it's great, but you don't want to live there. You don't want to live in a trench.
I don't know. Like I said, maybe we're just too far removed from it, because I just can't put myself in the headspace of a world where the Panama Canal is seen as a symbol of limitless possibility. Like, maybe it was 100 years ago, but the Panama Canal has just always been there. These days, the Panama Canal is just the bottleneck.
Yep, it's just something that we've grown up with.
In the 20s, Corbusier had all these grandiose ideas about concrete architecture, but he had one little problem, which is that nobody wanted to build or buy his fruity little machines for a living.
Yep.
Right. It's one thing if you're a talented bullshit artist, you can usually find a yuppie or two to convince to buy your shitty paintings. If you're an architect trying to sell a weird house, you really have to find a true believer.
Yeah, who hates his neighbors?
So first we had the Citroën house, which he builds a model of, but it never actually got built. Now this picture is constructed years after the fact, after he became famous. But for most of the 20s, he was just trotting around Paris's avant-garde, wheeling in a model of this thing, saying it's the house of the future.
Yeah, this does, again, East Ukraine. I am reminded of a quickly resurrected, winter-proofed fortification.
Like I said, he claimed that this is the most efficient living machine possible for performing day-to-day tasks, the Ford Model T of houses. Nobody wants this thing.
Well, you'll notice one thing I've noticed about people is they always want to personalize their living space.
Well, French bougie types love being lectured by Pee Wee Herman on why their house is inferior to the Borg cube, so he was at least able to impress people with this model, but impressing them is one thing, getting them to open their wallet is something different.
Le Corbusier lacked freaking some financial heft is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. So he was at least able to build a few houses for his friends and his brother. And then, since he and Ozenfant were supposed to be an artistic movement, they had to prove they at least believed their own ideas. So Ozenfant was willing to buy one of his houses. He did this house for Ozenfant.
Hoist it on your own petard, Ozenfant.
I'm just seeing a pattern here.
Yep.
This doesn't look terribly different than the last one.
Oh, this is could come off an assembly line.
So the next thing he does is he builds a retirement home for his mother back in Switzerland.
Oh, God.
This thing here.
Oh, Jesus. I built you a small warehouse.
Now, remember that the first house that he built for his family turned out to be a boondoggle that put his parents into crippling debt? So this...
It was his Iraq war.
Well, this house is a little more conservative in scale than that one, but there's just one tiny little problem with it, and that's that the roof leaks.
Yeah. So
constantly.
And if there is snow in this Swiss area, which I assume there is, you have to send someone up to shovel the snow off the top of a building like this. Otherwise, your roof collapses.
Yeah. Well, just flat roofs are one of those articles of faith of modern architecture that nobody really knows why they're there.
Makes no sense.
It's
Maybe
just,
in Saudi Arabia, not anywhere where there's regular precipitation of any kind.
it's, I guess, more efficient if everything is a cube, but if you have to spend money hiring people to shovel off the roof, doesn't that kill your efficiency gains? I don't know.
But it's such a pleasant make-work job. Yeah. I love getting up on a frozen, slippery roof in the middle of winter.
Well, so just remember that he's always trying to impress his mother, who sees him as the fuck-up kid. We have a lot of the letters back and forth between him and his mother, and a lot of them are of the form, "Look, Mom, I'm becoming a world-famous architect," followed by, "I don't care, you still can't design a house where the roof doesn't leak."
Jesus.
He did score a couple of commissions here and there, but most of the time that someone had the resources to commission a building, he just wanted it to look like every other normal building. Nobody wants to live in an experiment.
Yeah, your neighbors will hate your guts. Yeah. It'll crater the freaking property values around you. Yeah. And what are you going to do? Go to the barbecue and be like, well, I don't have to look at it.
It's a machine for living.
Yeah. I bought it from Le Corbusier.
This is a little bit of a cliffhanger. The architect who dresses up like a pretentious Pee Wee Herman character to belittle the Parisian upper crust to their faces, but can't get anything built other than the occasional house for friends and family. But we're going to put this guy's story on hold for a little bit and go across town to look at the anti-art faction.
What's going to happen to Le Corbusier?
Oh, okay. We'll get back to it by the end of this episode. Don't worry. There's a lot of stuff going on. It's like one of those movies where we have to jump back and forth between storylines.
It's like Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Or Malcolm in the Middle or something.
Yeah,
because I need to prove that I'm a millennial by making a Malcolm in the Middle reference. So when we last left off, Paris Dada had one good year in 1921, and then it devolved into infighting. Picabia had formally broken from the Dadaists in his magazine 391, and you also had Duchamp, who was never really even a member at all, despite every university art department saying that he's the face of Dadaism. You also had Tristan Tzara and Andre Breton. They had started insulting each other in their publications, and then in 1923, Tzara tried to organize one last cabaret to let bygones be bygones, and it led to one guy getting attacked with a cane on stage, and then a full-on brawl that destroyed the theater and spilled out into the streets.
So this is like hipster Bloods versus Crips.
Yes.
Oh, great.
So that's the state of the avant-garde in 1923 Paris. It has the art faction doing this weird geometric stuff you see on the screen, whether you interpret it as a refinement of Cubism like Cocteau did, or a discovery of natural laws and invariants and weird mathematical equations like Corbusier did. You also have the anti-art faction, who are a bunch of crazy communists who want to overthrow every bourgeois sensibility. The narrative usually says that Breton breaks off into the Surrealist group. That's not exactly true. Breton was always the unofficial leader of the anti-art faction. Go back and watch our last episode if you want the whole story there. It's just that at first there was a lot more weird stuff and infighting during the Dada days. And then when Breton said, all right, no more of this shit, I'm in charge now, he tended to rule the Surrealists with an iron fist. Well, in fact, early on, in 1924, there was a rival Surrealist group founded by a guy named Yvon Gaulle, who, unsurprisingly, claimed to be the flag bearer of Guillaume Apollinaire as well, because these people all claimed to be the flag bearer of Guillaume Apollinaire. But Breton made sure to elbow him out pretty quickly. So,
Stalin-esque.
Yes. Well, these guys have a chip on the shoulder about that because they're all Trotskyites.
Oh my. Yep.
Now, in 1924, Breton wrote the Surrealist Manifesto, which again talks about art and science, but it just lacks the je ne sais quoi. It lacks the autism of Corbusier. This is not some physics major who lives on your floor in the dorms. This is the stoner philosophy major upstairs who talks about the nature of existence while he gets high and watches Invader Zim, or whatever the kids watch these days.
Every residence has that guy, I hope.
Yep. Well, Breton is that guy. The analogy of the grown man watching cartoons, it's an apt analogy because Breton says that at some point man gets so uninspired by life that he gets lost in childhood nostalgia.
Wow. Apropos of the last 20 years.
He says that the imagination can convince a young man to do anything, but at some point it loses its power. But not to worry, because the great Sigmund Freud has thrown us a lifeline.
Oh, excellent.
He injected society with a way for the imagination to reassert itself, and that's a direct quote, reassert itself.
And homie could prescribe you cocaine, so he was a hit at parties.
Yeah.
Homie did prescribe a lot of cocaine.
And heroin.
So yeah, homie brought the party. No wonder these hipsters love him.
So unlike Corbusier, who said that the parabolic path of water is the most important part of painting a fountain, because it has an equation, because again, Corbusier is the autist.
He has to pretend to understand math.
Well, the problem is Corbusier does understand math. That's the problem there. But Breton, on the other hand, he says that positivism and empiricism have sucked dry any chance of intellectual or moral advancement. This is just like today, when you go to a university campus and you can easily tell who is and who's not smart enough to take a calculus class.
Yeah, that is a very hard wall for a lot of people.
Then Breton delivers his famous line, and this is a direct quote, modulo a translation. I believe in the future resolution of these two states, dream and reality, which are seemingly so contradictory, into a kind of absolute reality, a surreality, if one may so speak. Remember that Apollinaire had made up the word surrealism for Cocteau's ballet Parade? So this is just bitchy artist stuff saying, I'm the true steward of Apollinaire's new spirit. But then he gets even more explicit. In homage to Guillaume Apollinaire, who had just died and who, on several occasions, seemed to us to have followed a discipline of this kind, without, however, having sacrificed it to any mediocre literary means, Sappho and I baptized the new mode of pure expression which we had at our disposal and which we wished to pass on to our friends by the name Surrealism. Then he defined Surrealism as psychic automatism in its pure state, in the absence of any control exercised by reason, exempt from any aesthetic or moral concern. So he's saying just close your eyes and write stream of consciousness or paint a picture without planning it.
Yeah, this is a word salad.
Yeah. Well, this is starting to sound more and more like somebody who doesn't exactly take his craft seriously. But who knows that his rich friends will buy his work no matter what he makes. That's what this is sounding like to me. In fact, this is what I think Pacabia was making fun of when he put his signature on a copy of his signature. Finally, Breton finishes with an intellectual statement that is basically summed up as nobody's allowed to question my ideas. He says, Surrealism, such as I conceive of it, asserts our complete nonconformism clearly enough so that there can be no question of translating it at the trial of the real world as evidence for the defense.
So they're already getting ready for the struggle sessions.
Yes. They're saying, I know it's ugly, but my theory of art says it can be ugly, so there.
And we'll put the reality on trial.
Yeah.
To frickin' bring justice for all the people not thinking this is gorgeous.
Yeah, as another example of how the 20s are really familiar in some ways and really distant in others, they actually open a research office and ask people to come in and talk about their dreams so that they can, quote, research the subconscious.
Oh, God.
And, again, we're stuck in the 1920s. They also start writing letters to the Dalai Lama asking him for the wise secrets of the Buddhist monks.
So right back to night, yeah, right? There's nothing new in our culture.
No.
If you grew up since the Chinese box office became important, you're going to notice Tibet's kind of downplayed, but that was in the 90s especially a huge deal to like defer to Tibetan mystics. That's why the Dalai Lama is such a huge freaking figure in our culture, which is weird, right? He's a Central Asian religious leader who got deposed.
And it comes from this?
Yep.
So who do we see in this surrealist group? We talked about Giorgio de Chirico in our Italy episode, who did his metaphysical paintings before the war. Just as a reminder, we went over this a few episodes ago.
I can still do perspective.
Yep. He thinks that the surrealists are a bunch of degenerates, and as we will shortly see, he is completely correct with that assessment.
Yeah. Hipsters are not moral people.
Yeah. He's not exactly flattered that after the war, a bunch of Marxists looked at his ideas and said, hey, this is going to be the future of art. Remember, we read his essay, Return to Craft, which was kind of an anti-manifesto. Most manifestos go like, all classical art up to this point is garbage. We have to do something new. De Chirico's essay was, look, guys, I'm a successful modernist painter. Trust me, there's nothing new here. We need to go back to doing things the old-fashioned way. We need to make the apprentices do nothing but draw for 5 years before they're even allowed to touch a paintbrush. We need to torture them a little bit because nobody has technical skills anymore.
Yeah, you need to have certain things you got to learn as a kid.
Yep. But this new surrealist movement just needs an aesthetic that screams, we worship at the altar of St. Sigmund Freud, peace be upon him. And De Chirico's aesthetic is just that. This looks like it could be the cover art of a Sigmund Freud book.
Yeah, a horrible first-year psychology textbook that for some reason wastes a chapter learning about Freud still.
Yep. Now, the first cohort of surrealist painters, they're people like Yves Tanguy, who are clearly the heir apparent to this guy. It's not hard to see the influence here.
Yeah, it's looking very Adult Swim, so...
You also had people like André Masson, who would literally throw sand and glue and move the pen randomly around the page, calling it automatic drawing, and then consciously fill in the gaps.
See, this is I don't like having a guild control art.
Yeah.
But sometimes a guild is like, no, get this guy out of here.
This guy needs to be gotten out of here.
This looks like something a 4-year-old drew.
Yep. But it's got sand pasted to the canvas, so I guess it's avant-garde and forward-looking.
Yep. I guess it's regress to childhood.
Now, I'm not a good drawer. If I were to try to draw a map of Middle Earth, the hobbits going to Mordor, that's what this would look like.
Yeah. No, I can see it now.
Another early surrealist was Juan Miro, who said he would stare at the canvas and then decide to paint the first thing that popped into his head as a symbol. Again, all right, it's got kind of a Hieronymus Bosch aesthetic, so it's not even that original.
I know I've gone to the Adult Swim, chalice a few times here, but look at the frickin' squirrel at the bottom.
Yep.
And look at the chicken on the bottom right. Come on. That's
It's part Hieronymus Bosch and part Adult Swim. Yeah, I totally see that.
Yeah. So what this tells me is I was brilliant for watching Adult Swim.
Well, I'd say the only thing that these people even claim to be novel about is that they're trying to incorporate Sigmund Freud's ideas here. That's all.
Which, by the way, just for the record, all of which were wrong. He got one thing right, and it was that there is a subconscious mind, which we already knew.
Yeah.
Because someone did an experiment. Anyway.
Another guy you had was René Magritte. He was a Belgian guy who came to Paris for a couple of years, hung out with the Surrealists, and then went back to a quiet suburban street in Belgium and spent the rest of his life doing these weird paintings, some of which you'll recognize. Like, this is called The Treachery of Images. Ceci n'est pas une pipe. This is not a pipe.
Didn't Lacouzot have something very similar to that?
You know who had something very similar to this? Blue-haired mattress girl did a porno called Ceci n'est pas un viol.
Oh, I remember that. I remember reading an article on some ridiculous blog arguing how intellectual the porn she did was.
Yeah. It ended up on Pornhub within 12 hours.
Yeah. Under the title, Dumb Girl Gets Taken on Her Mattress, roughly.
Yeah. Here's some more of Magritte's stuff. Again, I'm sure you've recognized some of these things if you see it.
Yeah, this is definitely, like, if I haven't seen these directly, I've seen Monty Python reference these.
Yeah. Yep.
I've seen art reference these, especially the fish with the legs.
Yeah, and the guy looking at the mirror, but it's the back of his head. I think that might have been in one of the Monty Pythons as well.
It's my Monty Python as.
Yeah. Paris Surrealism is about to have a bit of a political upheaval, but it's Paris. Everything is having a political upheaval every 5 years. That's nothing new there.
They tried to tax their gas a little more, and they freaking kicked off. Like, it's a very rowdy group of people. Napoleon had to widen the streets.
Magritte, again, he's a Belgian guy who's just in town for a couple of years. He's going to miss the fireworks. He's just going to go back to Belgium and spend the next 40 years doing this stuff. If he had stayed in Paris, he would have been promptly denounced for not getting with the next wave of things.
He was insulated.
Yeah, that's just how these things go. Like, he just lived into old age just on a quiet Belgian street doing this for the rest of his life.
Eating waffles and freaking enjoying beautiful masonry.
Like I said, there's going to be an upheaval in Paris, and we're talking about the Surrealists, so there's really only one person I can be talking about. That's Salvador Dali. And this is a tale as old as time. The talented young guy shows up on the scene and does things that the older guys don't approve of. Now, just to recap the timeline here. The war ended and Apollinaire died in 1918, leading to the art-anti-art split. Dadaism was 1921, at least in Paris. The Dada Surrealism split was 1923-1924. Dali doesn't show up in Paris until 1928, but in Parisian time, 4 years is like a historical age. Dali shows up in 1928. He's in his early 20s, so he is not one of these lost generation degenerates aimlessly wandering, talking about lesbians and nihilism. This guy is going to be 40 when the beaches of Normandy are stormed, so he's at least closer to the World War II generation than the lost generation. But he's slightly older than the World War II generation. Dali, he's just a little too young to have gotten caught up in that wave of artists who all wanted to be propagandists for the various political movements and dictators. He is still a man of his time. He is still going to get obsessed with Sigmund Freud, but he's just not really going to be part of the shift from tradition and aesthetics to politics and revolutions. He's just a little bit too young. He missed the boat on that one. And this is going to cause some issues because by 1928, Breton has already joined the French Communist Party, and he has really only two rules for the Surrealists. You need to worship Sigmund Freud, and you need to worship Leon Trotsky.
Oh, what ill could come from this?
Breton has a bit of a falling out with the Communist Party in the 30s, but it's not so much about communism. Well, communists are always having falling outs with communism.
I wonder what happened in the 30s to piss off a Trotsky.
Yeah, like I said, he's had his falling out with the Communist Party in the 30s, but it's not so much about communism and more about just not liking Stalin.
Yeah. Stalin was a dick.
Well, that whole conflict came to a head in 1935. As we will see when we look at the 1930s, Basically, all communist culture had to be signed off on by the Comintern,
Oh, okay.
though sometimes it was done in a clandestine way. One of their initiatives was the International Congress of Writers for the Defense of Culture, which was ostensibly a guild of writers against fascism, but they were getting their orders directly from the top in Moscow.
Jesus.
The Surrealists showed up and got expelled because Breton had gotten in a fist fight with a Soviet journalist. Why did he get in a fist fight with the Soviet journalist? Because this Soviet journalist had written a pamphlet saying that the Surrealists were just a bunch of parasites. That's a big thing in communism.
Yeah.
That's a technical term. The people
Yep.
who want to enjoy the fruits of the revolution but not contribute anything to it.
You want to talk about reading theory? Read what theory says about you.
This pamphlet said that the Surrealists were a bunch of parasites who just wanted handouts without doing any work. Probably not wrong. He also said that the Surrealists were into masturbation, pederasty, fetishism, exhibitionism, and sodomy. Probably not wrong.
Like the Quakers. Okay.
So the Surrealists, they are probably best described as Trotskyites, not general communists, but they're a bunch of fucking degenerates.
Yeah. Nothing changes. This explains our culture so well.
Now, Salvador Dali, he's like the Zoomer who looks at millennials thinking, man, you guys take politics and your sexual identities far too seriously. I just want to paint.
Yeah. It's like the poor guy in the punk scene who just wants to play music, and everybody's like, let's storm the government. Let's fight the ice guys.
Well, either that or he's like the TikToker making these weird TikTok videos that assume you have a 5-second attention span because that's what he's used to. He doesn't understand content like we're making here as
No,
the
he can't.
old out-of-touch millennials.
No, they can't. Long form content is not something the next generation seems to be able to interface with.
Yeah, so this is going to cause a lot of friction because Dolly is just going to end up more famous than all of them, and he doesn't want anything to do with their weird communist revolutionary shit.
Okay.
As far as the art goes, though, Dolly's style is much more like Tanguy's. It uses the glazing technique so you don't see any brush strokes or transitions. There's sort of a dog that didn't bark, because every time you read the blurb in contemporary art, everybody says, I was influenced by A, who was influenced by B, who was influenced by Andy Warhol, who was influenced by Marcel Duchamp, on and on back to Monet.
Like a McDojo citing their martial
Yes,
arts lady.
yes, yeah. Well, that's what prestige art is.
Oh.
That's exactly what it is. Like I said, you don't see ugly modern art without the blurb. There's always got to be the blurb.
Yep.
Dali, he was one of the most famous men in the world when he died, and he died in our lifetime. He died in 1989. He didn't die that long ago. But you never read about the artist who said he was the heir apparent to Salvador Dali. Everybody says, I'm the next Andy Warhol. Nobody says I'm the next Salvador Dali. Why is that? Part of it is that he was incredibly talented, which is more than I can say for most artists who get written up in the prestige cultural pages. But he also has the wrong politics.
This is an Orson Scott Card situation.
Yes, it
All
is.
right.
Yep. Like, more important.
This is a Harry Potter lady situation.
Yeah, when the narrative is forged in the mid-century, it goes academic art, Monet, Impressionists, Cezanne, Van Gogh, Fauvism, Cubism, Dadaism, Surrealism, Jackson Pollock, Andy Warhol, monkeys splattering paint. That's just the sequence that they give us. Dali, he just doesn't fit nicely into this sequence here.
Yeah.
He hated Cezanne, first of all. He said that Cezanne was a dirty painter. He was not some genius who ignored all the rules of perspective with his weird still lifes and his apples and his perspective lines not being parallel. Dali wanted to see himself as carrying on the traditions of the old masters, and he was only too happy to bring back the academicist traditions with a modern twist. And I think that's why the modern art establishment, it's not that they hate him, but they won't let anybody call themselves the next Dali.
And he's got technical skills, unlike all this. So this is like a fuck you to all the pretendians.
Well, look at this. I mean, it's a still life that's a classic subject matter. But this looks almost photographic. It's
Yeah.
clearly a different take on the still life.
Yeah. Broken bread still life.
Yep.
Nice to see the carbs getting a little low.
Then, of course, you have his most famous work with the melting watches, The Persistence of Memory.
Oh yeah, Simpsons did it. Everybody's referenced this.
Yeah, everybody's done this. Like I said, you can try to airbrush a lot of stuff out of the narrative, but this guy just got a little too famous with this one painting. So, you have to pretend he doesn't exist when you're trying to figure out what artist do I want to call my influences, but they just couldn't pretend that this painting didn't exist.
It's going to be so funny in 40 years with the Harry Potter stories.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, I don't think that women can have penises. Ban her!
The problem is that IP just makes too much money.
Yep. Well, and think about the money they spent building theme parks.
Yep.
Like the amount of infrastructure there to milk these kids.
Like I said, there's just some 1984 shit going on with the narratives. There are some glitches in the Matrix, especially when it comes to people like Salvador Dali. They just don't fit nicely into the narrative. But that said, even though Dali is a talented painter, Surrealism is about spectacle every bit as much as Dada was. Tanguy starts eating spiders. Dali starts showing up in a diving suit. Duchamp is still dressing like a woman and doing some of his weird antics. And everybody's trying to get political against the backdrop of post-World War I French politics, where you have the communists and socialists on the left, and you have the fascists and conservatives on the right, and all four parties hate each other.
Yeah.
Every time power shifts in Parliament, the country experiences some combination of upheaval and anarchy. That part also gets airbrushed out of the narrative, by the way. Surrealism never really goes away, even up to this day. In fact, you still see whimsical movies which could be classified as surrealist, but the moment kind of fades in the 30s, especially when the country next door in Germany gets new management.
Speaking of tedious democratic institutions. Okay.
And somebody just saying, fuck it, we're solving the whole thing right now.
Sorry, guys. We're Germans.
Yeah. Also, the other country next door in Spain has a bit of turmoil along, let's just say, the same political lines as well.
Orwell wrote a book about that, where he talks about the anarchists trying to run an army without a hierarchy.
That doesn't work if you've ever met anybody in the army.
Well, they were trying to figure this out. They sent the peasants to die. Just to be clear.
That's just a communist tradition, though.
Yeah, okay. First we kill the Gopniks. All right.
Now, the Surrealists have an issue because they're a bunch of Trotskyites, and now their most famous member has an odd fascination with Hitler. At least, he's fascinated with Hitler from a psychological point of view, from a Freudian point of view, or at least so he claims.
I can own the Freudian minefield that was Hitler's frickin' psychology and personal life.
Yeah, well, don't get me wrong. Dali knows full well that his art would not exactly be welcome in the Third Reich, but he just claims that Hitler is a fascinating psychological study.
Okay.
I can't say I disagree with him on that.
He's very interesting psychologically. Can't take that away from the man.
Well, to be honest, I really wish Dali had come out with a painting that had been the definitive way of visualizing Hitler's psychology. Yeah, now, Breton and company, they basically had a struggle session where they put Dali on trial, where Dali says, look, I basically said that Hitler has the psychology of a woman. Do you think I'm going to have a good time if Hitler comes and takes over? I love Freud. I love Einstein. They're both Jews. That's going to get me some hard labor in the camps as well. Yeah. The Surrealists, they let him off, but they make him sign a statement as stating that he's not an enemy of the proletariat.
Wow. They would have done that at Occupy.
Well, later on, Dali said, I signed because I'm not an enemy of the proletariat. I just don't give a fuck about the proletariat.
There we go. Nice.
So to finish off the anti-art interwar storyline, Breton traveled to Mexico to meet Trotsky, who had been exiled by this point. The two of them wrote a manifesto together agreeing that Surrealism was going to be the official propaganda of Trotskyism, and the Surrealists were going to be part of a new federation of independent revolutionary artists. Because even in Free Paris, you have to be part of a federation or something.
Yeah, these people like some organization.
Then Trotsky gets an ice axe in the head, and that ends that.
Wait, why you have ice axe? There's no ice in Mexico. I don't know why he's Italian, but he's Mario.
Who cares?
Story.
But a lot of these surrealists, a lot of these people end up in New York City, and it's certainly going to flavor certain artistic decisions after the war when the Americans look at the modernists from the anti-art faction and say, enlighten us, oh sophisticated Europeans, and these people are all acolytes of Leon Trotsky. That is going to play a role after the war, let's say. So the anti-art side, they're really the group whose ideas got swallowed whole by the Museum of Modern Art when MoMA became the global arbiters of taste. The art side, it still exists in France. It still goes on in Paris. They're still making works for Parisian high society. But after the war, nobody really cares about them outside of France. With one exception, and that exception is our friend Le Corbusier.
Oh, God. There we go.
Now, two important events happen. The first is that American art collector John Quinn dies in 1924. John Quinn was a Wall Street lawyer who was one of the biggest champions of modernist art. He would buy Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, Pointillism, Fauvism, Cubism, Cézanne, Van Gogh, Brancusi, Seurat, Matisse, all these people. Basically, the Ferris Bueller art collection was his art collection.
Okay.
Normally, a collection like that would end up in a state museum. But when he died in 1924, only a few pieces in his collection went to museums. In 1925, more than 2,000 of his works were shipped to Paris to be auctioned off at the Hotel Drouot, which is kind of like the auction house in Paris. The auction happened in January 1926, and more than anything else, that's the moment that made the Montmartre art scene go mainstream.
Oh, okay.
And if there's one thing hipsters don't want, it's their art to go mainstream.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Well, okay, they want their art to go mainstream. They don't want their friends' art going mainstream.
They want to stop being hipsters and become like weird, executive types.
So a column in the New Yorker said, modern art, supposedly painted only to annoy the bourgeoisie, succeeded finally in annoying the artists. Because the tortured avant-garde artist image just doesn't work quite so well when their stuff goes mainstream.
No. Like punk rock.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work as a mainstream thing.
Yeah, no, Billy Joel Armstrong is not a tortured artist and has never been one.
No, sir. He vacations in Muskoka. You can't be angry if you vacation in Muskoka. It's beautiful up there.
Here's how we know that these people knew all along that their art was ugly. We can ideate all day long. We can say maybe these people saw value in this weird geometric cubist shit. No, these people knew that their art was ugly. And we know that because here's a quote from the New Yorker. When one particularly hideous piece was sold for $500,000, one artist yelled, "This is not art, this is commerce."
Wow. Like that guy. Now that's punk rock.
Yeah. Remember also that 1926 is the year that Claude Monet died, and that was when his Water Lilies murals were donated to the state. So again, the reason that one painting had to have its own episode is because the narrative usually says this happened with Impressionism. Impressionism happened like 20 hours ago as far as our narrative goes. Monet finishes those Water Lilies murals that become the national monument now, at this point.
Wow.
So just, again, the narrative is bullshit.
Yeah.
You cut through the bullshit by putting things in chronological order. This is the point in time when those Water Lilies paintings are made. Right now, after all this shit is come and gone.
Okay.
Monet died, his Water Lilies murals were donated to the state. And another New Yorker article said that he suffered the ignominious fate of dying appreciated.
When you want to live as as a countercultural guy.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, hey, let's just be your culture.
Not just that, when the prime minister is commissioning you to make a national monument, you're not counterculture anymore by that point. First, we had Cocteau's ballet called Parade, where Cubism went from being a really niche avant-garde experiment to being well enough recognized that everyone had to talk about Cubism to sound intelligent, at least according to the essay we looked at earlier, After Cubism. Then you had the Quinn Collection auction, where everything since the Impressionists is going to become mainstream among bourgeois society as well.
Because of that art dealer, essentially.
Yep.
I just want to point out that it's like when you study the history of music in the 20th century, the record labels are hugely influential. Yep. And it's interesting to learn it's the same with these art dealer guys.
Well, but the thing is, all the indie labels are just subsidiaries of the major labels as well. That's the other thing in the 20th century.
If they weren't, they get bought.
So the real question is, where is art as a whole going, if art even has a direction at all? When we last left off, our friend Le Corbusier was this weird, eccentric, dressing up like Pee Wee Herman and espousing his ideas about houses being a machine for living when they're made out of slabs of concrete. But Corbusier had one little problem. He couldn't find anyone who wanted to actually commission his buildings. Industrialization may have made paint supplies cheaper, but architecture still requires a capital outlay. But that brings us to an event where all four of our Rashomon storylines are going to converge in one place.
Okay.
And that's the 1925 Paris Expo.
Oh, okay. Is this the thing where they built the Eiffel Tower?
No, that's the 1889.
Oh, sorry.
Well, but that's important though, because what people think of as art when they look at the era, it was often just whatever was shown to the world at the latest expo.
Very few people making these decisions.
Yeah. Well, you know how the Olympics used to be a big deal, but now nobody gives a shit?
Yep.
If your city is bidding on the Olympics, it just means your city is going to blow a bunch of money on an event, and large amounts of that money are going to be embezzled away.
Oh, and your city is going to become a target for terrorism.
Nah, that too. Some cities make use of their sporting facilities, but half the time you get the luge track that falls into disrepair quite quickly.
Yeah, there's the Montreal school, and then there's the Calgary school. These are two very different
Forget
schools.
the Calgary school. Look at the Sochi school.
Yeah.
Why did you give Sochi the Olympics? Oh, because it's where Putin's vacation home is?
Yep. This is the one part of Russia that does not freeze.
Yeah. Oh. So why are you hosting the Winter Olympics? Shut up.
I remember there was like a very Soviet-style response because the athletes were complaining that like the hotels hadn't been built. And they were like, we have footage of from the bathrooms of one of the four Olympians just leaving the shower on and putting it on the wall to destroy the room. Wait, why do you have cameras in their bathrooms? This interview's over.
So the 19th century equivalent of the Olympics were the International Expositions. The first major one, the first one at least of that scale, was the 1851 Great Exhibition in London, the one with the Crystal Palace that we discussed a few episodes ago.
Oh, yeah.
Where the British were showing off everything that was coming from all corners of the empire, from wool and furs in Canada and Australia to goods manufactured back at home. And for the next 50 years, it became kind of an unwritten rule that whenever a country hosted the World's Fair, they had to outdo the last one with a bigger and grander spectacle.
Oh.
Again, you mentioned the Eiffel Tower. Famously, the 1889 Expo was the one that gave us the Eiffel Tower. And you would think that this is a great way to bring wealth and tourist dollars to your city, and it is up to a point. But then Paris hosted the Expo in 1900, and unexpectedly few people showed up, so the city lost money on it. Now, 1900 was the fin de siècle, the turn of the century. It's a time of opulence, so the buildings at the 1900 Expo were ornate. Like here's a rendering of the 1900 Expo.
Wow, Paris is still beautiful.
Yeah, and some of it was built in the very old-fashioned style, but these were temporary buildings that were built. So the pavilions were made with ornamentation made out of plaster since, they were going to be torn down in 6 months. This was also the height.
Did Corbusier get a hard on because everything was fucking.
Just wait for the 1925. This is the 1900. This is the precursor for it. Just wait. We're getting there.
Still an autistic kid. So.
This is the height of Art Nouveau, which we talked about in the Germany episode. So famously, the Paris subway station is opened with Art Nouveau styling. That's
going to fit in a few generations.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying. Here are a few of the temporary buildings that were built for the 1900 Expo, and again, this is the turn of the century, so it's that very old-fashioned imperial style, showing off opulence, and there's all these very fancy turrets and ornaments on everything, but everything here is made out of plaster because it's going to be torn down.
I feel like I'm about to hear the call to prayer.
Yeah. Yeah, here's a picture of it that lasts. You see the big dome in the background. All of these are temporary buildings. You might think it's a little bit opulent to do all this stuff and then tear it down in a couple of months, but it was a time of opulence. What can you say? Mm-hmm. This, I think, is the Grand Palais, the exhibition of sculptures.
Oh, wow.
Some people thought that this was overly opulent. I don't know. I would feel proud to live in a country that did stuff like this, especially compared to the Royal Ontario Museum. Mm-hmm. You can go back a couple of episodes if you want to see that national shame that we have.
I'm reminded of the Quebec City ice sculpture contest.
Yeah, exactly.
Where they all get thrown in the river at the end, but they're these beautiful chainsaw-made pieces of freaking art.
Yeah. These are the international pavilions. Again, this is each one of these countries wants to show off their empire, even if they only have like one tiny colony in the Caribbean. Call this the Rue des Nations, the Street of Nations.
Now the Street of Haitians.
Yeah, fair. All right, I like that. Here, this is the Palace of National Manufacturers with the Italian pavilion in the background. That's the one in the top right. I think we have the German pavilion here. Yeah, that's a German pavilion. The one in the middle, it looks very German.
Yeah, the clock tower thing. They're serving beer and fucking big pretzels in there.
Yeah. In the bottom right, that's actually the pavilion of the Dutch East Indies.
Wow. Yeah, it looks like something you'd see in Malaysia.
Yeah. The thing is, the Dutch, we think of them as a bunch of boring by-the-book Protestants, but they knew how to run an empire.
Yeah.
And the one on the left there, the one on the far left, that's the Russian pavilion. Now, this is back when Russians could make something that looked beautiful. Mm-hmm. Again, put a pin in that. Put a pin in that because we're going to look at the Soviet pavilion 25 years later in 1925. So just make a mental image of the one on the left here.
I don't know what happened. I'm guessing anyone who could make beauty at all was either gulagged or fled.
Spoilers!
There we go. Just from first principles of communism, I was able to work that out. Look at me, folks.
And again, just as the 1889 Expo left the city with the Eiffel Tower, the 1900 Expo left the city with the Grand Palais. So they were clearly pulling out all the stops. But just like the modern Olympics, at some point the spectacle becomes so big that you start losing money on it, and that point was 1900. That was this Expo right here. This is some of the stuff that lasted from the 1900 Expo that wasn't quite torn down. If you watch the Art Nouveau episode, you can clearly see the Art Nouveau style here. The Paris 1925 Expo was going to be much more limited in scope than the 1900 Expo. It was not supposed to be a big extravaganza that shows off the height of the mechanical age or the majesty of the world empire. The genesis of the idea actually came before World War I, though the war pushed it back a few years. And then the financial situation after the war pushed it back a few more years. From the French point of view, there was a bit of a crisis going on in the art world. Paris was still viewed as the world's cultural capital and still certainly had that reputation. It was also definitely the world's fashion capital. But they were starting to lose their monopoly on luxury. Britain was moving in hard with the arts and crafts movement for handicraft furniture. And even if you did prefer mass manufactured decor, Britain was also leading the way there as well, and America was starting to bite at its heels too. So people were just naturally paying less for the Made in Paris label. Even if you had champagne taste, you didn't necessarily need to say your latest art, furniture, and clothing came from Paris anymore.
There's other places you can get your culture and shit from. Okay.
So Paris wanted to throw an event to tell the world, hey, look, guys, Paris is still the trendsetter and taste setter. If you want luxury goods, you want to buy Parisian. You really don't want to buy stuff in London. They're vulgar. So after more than a decade worth of delays, France was able to host an exhibition in 1925, but it was going to be one that was much more limited in scope than the 1900 exhibition. It was just going to focus on the decorative arts. Here is the Porte d'Orsay. This is the big gate that you would have to walk through to go in. And as you can see, it's in the 20s, so the quality of photography is starting to get a lot better. The full name of the event is the International Exhibition of Modern Decorative and Industrial Arts, and that name gives you a clue as to what's going on, because it includes that word modern. This is not just showing off Paris as the center of luxury goods and decorative arts, it's telling the world that Paris is the center of modernism as well. Now, just a word on terminology here. We are going to use the term modern or modernist to talk about everything in the 1920s, from Russian constructivism through T.S. Eliot's poetry. But if you had shown up to this event in 1925, the word that people would use to describe the specific style was moderne. They would say that this is the exhibition of modern art.
Okay.
In the mid-century, the term modernism gets retroactively used for political and propaganda purposes, and it basically becomes an umbrella term for everything in the 1920s. So art dealers retroactively came up with a term for the art style that came out of this 1925 expo, and they call it Art Deco.
Oh.
But that term would have never been used if you showed up here. People would have just used the term modern.
Retroactive. Okay.
Yep.
Or this freaking post,
Yep. Again, the term Art Deco is associated with the 20s and the early 30s, but that term is a complete anachronism.
Okay. It's just kind of okay.
Yeah. It was something that was made up by furniture dealers and antique dealers in the 60s because they needed a word for this.
All right. But yeah, it's something retroactively applied. Okay.
Yep. So because the 1925 Expo was going to be much smaller in scale, there were not going to be any structures like the Eiffel Tower or the Grand Palais that were going to be permanently erected.
Not going to be like freaking Disneyland with the various ethnicities setting up there.
Oh, they're still going to have that.
Oh, good.
It's still a World Expo. They still want to bring in tourist dollars, but we're not going to show off Mbemi, the slave from French West Africa. We're not going to make him do a dance in a dashiki anymore.
The click language.
Yeah, that stuff is going to be scaled back here.
Oh, that's too bad.
Everyone who participated in the 1925 Expo is going to have a temporary building that's going to be put up for 6 months. So this gave these modern architects a chance to do innovative things, because you have a lot more freedom when you know the building is going to be torn down anyways.
Yeah,
So if the building was terrible, it's no harm, no foul. And at least one building is going to be terrible, but one step at a time here. The regulations of the exposition stated, and this is a direct quote, at least a direct quote translated, only works of new inspiration and real originality, executed and presented by artists, artisans, industrialists, model designers, and publishers, and falling within the modern decorative and industrial arts, are admitted to the exposition. Strictly excluded are copies, imitations, and counterfeits of ancient styles. And by counterfeit, maybe a better translation is pastiche. Works done in a Victorian style or a Rococo style or some other period.
Okay.
So the French government and the establishment, they are completely on board with this modernist stuff. And to be very clear, the Académie des Beaux-Arts, the Academy of Fine Arts, they're still producing their academic paintings at the time as well. So this is not meant to displace it. It was just meant to be something different alongside the academic stuff. Now, over the course of this episode and the previous one, we've been going over Paris in the 20s. And we've looked at several documents. We looked at the Cock and the Harlequin, which seemed a little too on the nose when it came to describing art. We looked at Ozenfant and Corbusier's After Cubism, which, it made an attempt to redefine art as being something that involves parabolas and geometric shapes. I disagreed with it, but, at least you showed your work, so good on you guys.
It's a nice attempt.
I at least appreciated their survey of the landscape in Paris with that document. Now, those two documents are hard to even find English translations of today, but fortunately we have ChatGPT and we can see what they're saying. You can really see the narrative get shaped when you see which documents are not translated.
Oh, yeah. Like Solzhenitsyn's other book.
Yep. There are certain fans who are really going to appreciate that.
Oh,
I can think of at least 3 people who are going to laugh at that line. It's a lot easier to find documents like Breton's Surrealist Manifesto, because that goes straight into the narrative. You can find 15 different copies of that with a Google search. Remember, his manifesto was just like a stoner rambling on about the imagination being the only way to do something irrational. That's the nonsense that makes it into the art history narrative when it gets written in the 60s and 70s, and the narrative that still gets taught in universities. But, you really see the 1984 machine go into effect when you look at this particular event, the 1925 Expo. Because 2 years afterwards, there was a report from the French Ministry of Commerce about the event and the state of culture in general. And we can argue all day long about how much these weird avant-garde figures mattered outside of their tiny circles. We cannot argue with the legitimacy of an official government document that is in the digital archives of the government of France. I fed this document through ChatGPT to get an English copy of it, and we're going to look at what this thing says. Now, to be very clear, this is not to say that a government document is in any way the arbiter of taste. If you were to look at documents put out by the Canadian Ministry of Culture right now, you would think there's all sorts of organic demand for 12-year-old drag queens.
Oh, Canada.
Yeah, that and like Punjabi hip-hop. I'm laughing, but I'm not laughing. I'm laughing because it hurts.
I used to, every now and again in Toronto, I would encounter groups of Punjabis who clearly had embraced hip-hop culture. And I'd just be like, oh, what, did you get promoted to black?
Here's the thing, our rulers think that they're going to come over and assimilate. They're not. They're going to assimilate into American television. They're not going to assimilate into the culture here.
Yep. No, absolutely. It's going to be, hip-hop is a very powerful transmitter. If you look at the groups that produce hip-hop artists, there's generally some behavioral correlation. And I'm not singling out any one group. Natives have an active hip-hop scene in Canada. It's like any group that seems to produce dysfunction seems to have a hip-hop scene. It's very strange.
You can't deny what was making waves in the 1920s if it's at least mentioned in one of these government documents. And it just is not the same thing that the narrative tells us is making waves in the 1920s. For example, the entire first few pages are not about utopian cost-cutting measures and minimalism and concrete cubes. They're about how the biggest revolution in modern art was the furnishing ensemble.
All right. Yeah.
This never ends up in the narrative. I've gone through lots and lots of YouTube lectures, lots of professional art historians talking about art in the 20s. None of them talk about how the greatest innovation is the furnishing ensemble.
That's wow. So like couches? Ottomans
Well,
and
well,
shit?
it just means that modernism is an extension of the arts and crafts movement. At least when you see the word modern in this context, it means it's an extension of the arts and crafts movement that started in England a few decades earlier.
Okay.
It that gets minimized in the narrative, to say the least, as just a historical curiosity happening across the Channel in London. But this document from the time says that the world was expecting great things out of Britain after they stunned the world with the arts and crafts movement in the 1880s. And they were actually a little bit disappointed that Britain hadn't come up with something new and exciting by 1925.
I love the idea of an art movement that's like anti mass production
Mhm.
and focused on like, no, you do art.
I love it too, but we have to understand this is not universal, this is British.
Yeah.
Like, that's something I made the point of in the Weimar episode. In fact, I've made the point in a few episodes. There is the factory utopian idea where the factories are going to produce so much abundance that everybody can sit on their ass. That's standard issue communism. There's the agrarian, there's the pastoral communism, where we're all going to go live in nature and we're going to live in these shires where everybody's Bilbo Baggins. That is a completely British idea, full stop. So why was it that the furnishing ensemble was so mind-blowing in the early 20th century? Simple. In the 19th century, you just had a different division of labor. First of all, you had the architect who designed the building and would design the fixtures. Then you had the upholsterer who would come in and finish the interior decor. Then you had the cabinet maker who would come in and build the movable furniture. And at the 1900 Expo, you had three categories reflecting this. You had fixed decoration, luxury furniture, and movable decoration, showing these three crafts, these three trades essentially.
Excellent.
In 1925, especially after the rise and fall of Art Nouveau, these furnishing ensembles are now the new category, which are the focus of the entire event. So the architects who create these furnishing ensembles are now going to be called ensemblists. So now you have a new kind of artist who designs the whole building, including the furniture, as opposed to three different people who
Come in.
design each part of it.
This is the grocery store.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the idea of the ensemblist was not exactly something new. Like the artist who designed Versailles was also the guy who designed the furniture for it, but we are not talking about Versailles.
No.
We're talking about a bougie lawyer's apartment in the second arrondissement of Paris. So if you want to design something with a harmonized decor, you might want to scale it back a little bit. Just like all the pretentious hipsters in Montmartre, the document uses phrases like spirit of total renewal and talks about how scientific and industrial advancements have led to a complete abandonment of any sort of imitation of nature or pastiche of historical art. There was an observation about how Paris in 1825 was probably closer to ancient Egypt than it was to Paris in 1925.
Interesting.
Yeah. Again, this is the real stuff that you see from digging through official documents and having ChatGPT to translate them. I feel really lied to by the professors. I'm not going to mince words. This stuff is being airbrushed out for a specific reason.
Yeah, I want to know, and it would be interesting if we could put a number on it. How much is people pushing agendas, and how much is just sycophantic parroting?
Yep.
Because I'm sure it's like
It's plenty of both. Don't get me wrong.
But I'd love to know if we could somehow assign a value.
But, this is a government document, and at the end of the day, government bureaucrats are still going to drink the Kool-Aid, so it still talks about a, quote, new beauty overthrowing the aesthetic standards of the Renaissance and being a more masculine, assured, aesthetic, streamlined, logical, whatever, style of art, stuff
So
like
they're
this.
they're selling this like they were selling Michelle Obama.
Kind of, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, just look at this. There's less ornamentation and more focus on the geometric shapes here.
Yeah.
Especially look at the chandeliers on the left or the lighting fixtures. Everything here is just as more. I don't want to say it's a factory aesthetic, but it's more of a streamlined aesthetic.
Yeah, I'm reminded of IKEA.
Yeah.
This looks like IKEA's catalog.
The document also says that the cubists are a natural fit for an age when everything is a cube coming off the factory line, and I'm going to call bullshit on that one. Picasso's weird drug trips are not the zeitgeist of the factory age. They just aren't. But even in government documents, you have this language about how a new art is coming out of reinforced concrete and simple geometric shapes. So on some level, maybe it was inevitable that we ended up with brutalism.
It's cheap, and we got this freaking academic who's going to tell us that it's brilliant and artistic, so live in the box and eat the box.
Well, sometimes you come across an old primary document and it just makes everything else slide into place. Remember in the first episode, we talked about two very different modern aesthetics meant for the upper middle class. One in 1910, one in 2008. We're going all the way back to the start of our series, guys.
Just to reiterate, up yours, dog guy.
Mm-hmm.
Up yours, pirate in the back fighting Sonichu guy.
The thing is, the guy who did the dog was completely open about the fact that he's doing it so that rich people can get a tax write-off.
Well,
that's the point of it. On the left, you have Casa Loma, which would have been considered completely modern in 1910, and which we now understand is the heir apparent to the arts and crafts movement. We couldn't have said that in episode 1. We now see that this is very clearly in the vein of the arts and crafts movement.
I'm seeing it deeper.
On the right, the decor is much more, let's say, uninspired. Let's be somewhat generous and say the decor is uninspired. Now, I have made many a flippant remark about how the stuff on the right just looks like you could hose it off.
Yeah.
This is why sometimes you need to trust your instincts. Because I just thought I was being sarcastic by saying that. But I was more correct with that flippant attitude than I realized. Because this document actually explained it. The 1880s was the shift from the miasma theories of disease to the germ theory of disease.
Okay.
And this document actually said that overnight, hygiene became such a focal point in architecture that it shifted from ornaments, tapestries, and knickknacks to smooth surfaces that you can wipe off. There's a reason for it.
Well, for anybody who doesn't know, it's a little bit esoteric. There were two schools of germ theory. One of them was the germ theory that we know, and the other one was bad smells make people sick.
Yep. And that's why you need fireplaces in your house.
That's why incense, it's an old thing that was kind of repackaged. I think it goes back to freaking ancient Rome, I think, some of those beliefs. But the miasma had been like that long established but completely false idea. So, yeah.
But to be very clear, it wasn't just something, hundreds of years ago we got rid of. It was the 1880s.
Trust the experts.
Yep. Yep. It was as recently as the 1880s, more recent than the U.S. Civil War.
Like when you go back to the, if you guys have seen the depictions of plague monks in with those long beaked masks, those were full of perfume because they thought you got sick from the smell.
Yep.
So they stuffed those cones full of perfume, but that's anyway. Where that aesthetic comes from.
I'm just saying, you mentioned the IKEA thing earlier. It's now that we know that there's germs on things, there was an organic demand for stuff you could wipe off. It's the most obvious thing in the world now that you see it, now that it's pointed out. But this has been a year of research getting to the bottom of why the fuck the art gallery on the right just looks like, as you said, an IKEA showroom, looks like a cheap portable cube.
Yeah.
Well, there's organic demand for being able to wipe stuff off.
So some oligarchs also figured, and also from the grassroots level, people were like, oh, this is cleaner, and, because we now know it's not the smell of anything. And if anybody who's had the dust, say like the chairs in something on the left, it's more upkeep.
Now, I've said it over and over and over that when you read essays, newspapers, books from the 1920s, there is an uncanny valley. When the writers describe their world, everything seems oddly familiar, but they're describing it as a novelty. Whether it's cars, planes, mass manufacturing, existential questions, electric lighting, democracy, quantum physics, Christians arguing about evolution, colloquial language, whatever. It's all present in our world, and it was all also present in the 1920s, but they were talking about it as being something new and amazing that's going to lead us into the future, as opposed to just the high watermark where stuff stopped.
Okay.
They're looking starry-eyed at the latest technological development and looking forward to the next big thing. We're looking back at it and saying, wait a second, the world is stagnant. The world is in an auto loop.
Yeah, we got rid of the germs, all right. Sterile fucking...
Here are some of the amazing new developments from the 1920s that they describe in the write-up of this 1925 event. Bathroom decor, because architecture is now designed around having a sewer system. Now that people are worried about hygiene, you take that for granted.
The medium is the message, folks.
Yeah. Big living rooms, because architecture is now designed around having central heating.
Oh, okay.
Carpeting, because architecture is now designed around having sanitary appliances like a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah. It is hard to sweep a carpet.
Big windows, because you no longer had to knock a hole in the brick masonry that was holding the building up. The lighting industry having to adapt to large windows, so they did things like having lamps built into nightstands. Like, other than rooms to occupy the television and the computer, can you think of anything else that really changed about buildings and living spaces since the 20s? Because I can't.
Nope.
The exhibition itself, it had pavilions on both sides of the Seine. On the left bank, so on the Montmartre side, France had all its domestic exhibits, including pavilions by some of the more famous architects and designers. It also had this crystal fountain here, which is supposed to be the foil for the Eiffel Tower. The Eiffel Tower was this big industrial building and a marvel of engineering. But that was the spirit of the age in 1895. That's our grandparents' stuff. In 1925, now that the industry's already been built, it's time for us to live in luxury.
But
Yeah, in 1925, engineering marvels would have been seen as your grandparents' generation. The Lalique Fountain was a crystal tower meant to signify luxury, culture, aesthetics, all that good stuff. Another thing that came out of this time period was the template for the high-end department store. Remember, this is post-World War I, when the factories are churning out more than anybody else knows what to do with. There were department stores before, but the functional division organization of the department store, it was actually developed by a New York investment banker because it was mission critical for this new consumption-based economy. Everybody needs to buy as much shit as possible, especially people from the middle class.
okay.
Saving and being prudent, that is not good for an economy that is based on consumption.
Listen, I got a warehouse full of shit. Buy it.
More importantly, I've leveraged my house based on the assumption that I'm going to be selling more of this stuff.
If I don't sell it within the next 30 days, I gotta pay for it. I bought it on terms.
Yeah. Saving and prudence, they are not post-war virtues, especially in America.
Sorry, Protestants. Sorry.
Well, at the Paris Expo, all of the major Paris department stores, they developed the technique of having the really expensive, luxurious stuff at the front door. Then when the middle class people walked in and realized they couldn't afford it, they would wander through the rest of the store and see the goods that were maybe a little bit more appropriate for their price point. Here is here's the four main department stores. They again, these are temporary buildings that they put up for the.
I just want to point out they look like freaking Babylonian temples.
Yeah. Well,
it's like a religious architecture being tapped into here, like.
Well, again, this is supposed to show off this new aesthetic of luxury.
Well, it's the consumption's now a virtue.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. These buildings, they are temporary pavilions. They're going to be torn down in 6 months, so they can totally go over the top with this stuff. So, like I said, there's definitely a bourgeois flair to this event. And, I think the anti-art faction hated the art faction so much because the art faction got involved in stuff like this.
Okay.
Modern art was supposed to originally have an anti-bourgeois bent to it, but by the time of this event, when the department stores are on board with modernism, are you really countercultural anymore?
I'm gonna levy the same criticism at modern punk.
Yeah, yeah.
Modern punk, see, it's like if you are aligning with corporate interests to where you're in lockstep with corporate HR departments, like,
Yep.
Sorry guys.
No racism, no unvaxxed
Yep,
people.
yep.
It's only real punk if diseases spread through it. Real punk needs to be a vector for disease.
Yeah, you gotta mosh and everything. You gotta spread the. Everyone will have a better immune system at the end of the day. It's very anarchistic.
To be very clear here, this is not to say that the department stores are only selling carpets with abstract patterns and streamlined tables and geometric wallpaper. Just that they are totally on board with the Art Deco displays, and they put the really modern, trendy stuff, the stuff we now call Art Deco, near the front door to attract foot traffic.
Right.
The other thing is that even if you were middle class and even if you had a lower price point, the minimalist decor, it was easy enough to mix and match to create a united style. That was harder to do with older buildings because if your building was built with a specific period architecture style and you brought in new furniture, it just never quite looked right.
Yeah.
So
out of place feeling.
Yeah, so once again, after World War One, consumption and the almighty dollar are going to be at the bottom of everything. Because a good driver of consumption is the ability to mix and match and buy something new when it wears out.
Yeah.
When you look at the pavilions by the designers themselves, that's where you really see the luxury and the cultivated aesthetic that we now call Art Deco. Most famously, one of the designers is named Ruhlmann. He does this pavilion here. Just look at the letters on the one on the left outside. That font alone is an Art Deco font.
Yeah, it's like where it could be Great Gatsby could walk right in there. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like so 20s, so over the top. So
it's clearly going for cultivated taste and luxury. This is if you want to prove that you're the modern, sophisticated man, this is what you want your salon to look like.
Okay. Well, you smoke indoors.
Yeah. Well, let's go to the bedroom if you want to talk about smoking indoors. Let's see what we see here and see if we've learned enough art history here. First, you see the minimal geometric forms.
I want to read The Big Sleep in this room.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. You clearly see the minimal geometric forms, but on the one hand, you have that footstool, which is just a cube, because people think cubism means making things cubes. But you also have the other chair and the carpeting with the more serpentine lines, and that's Art Nouveau.
Okay.
Yeah, the drawers on the left, they are done with heavy craftsmanship and ivory inlays. So this is not some cheap factory aesthetic that is done for the masses. This is still for the connoisseur.
Yeah. So the artisans or artisans are rebranding themselves.
Yeah.
To be like, hey, we can, you can buy, really the mass-produced shit is for the middle class.
Yep.
But the upper class, everything's going to be handmade, blah, blah.
Yeah, exactly. This stuff is still done for luxury. It's just much less historicist. It's not imagine you're Louis XIV in Versailles anymore. It's this is a new aesthetic for a new century.
And to be clear, this is also, we're not going to live in the concrete cubes.
Yeah.
No, that's for you guys.
Yeah.
We're going to do this.
We're going to save so much money putting you into the concrete cubes that we can afford this.
Yep, for you and all our friends.
In the business, they say that this has a modern vocabulary, but cubism has just gone so mainstream that luxury decorative paneling and carpeting have patterns that you would have only seen in Montmartre a decade earlier. Sometimes they go completely overboard with the cubes, stuff like this. Like, just look at that furniture. This is, yes, this guy named Picasso became famous with a weird ballet with these weird costumes, and now we're going to make everything look like those costumes.
Too many squares.
Too many squares, too many cubes.
Yep.
Just too many geometric shapes.
Your brain can only process so much geometry at one point, and this is just insists upon itself to the point where...
Now, probably the most famous pavilion at the 1925 Expo, meant to advertise French luxury, was called the Ambassade, which was the model of a living space for a diplomat. It was designed by multiple avant-garde architects whose names did not survivorship bias their way into the main narrative.
Sorry, guys.
But at least in 1925, they were in the spotlight. And here are some famous renderings of the Ambassade. Stuff like this. Again, you want to talk the Great Gatsby aesthetic?
This is, again, the aesthetic of a high-power boardroom.
Yep.
Guys who've never read books have freaking, shelves full of books.
Well, when you read art history books, they all have to mention the 1925 Expo because you can't ignore Art Deco. But again, it's kind of like Monet's Water Lilies in 1926. It just doesn't fit into the timeline at all. Because modernism is supposed to be driven by the sob stories of these tortured artists in the 20s, not by department stores and the luxury residence of a diplomat.
You're going to be dying of tuberculosis.
And like I said, we're doing this chronologically to cut through the bullshit, and this is where this belongs in the story. It's really hard to come up with a narrative that says in 1900, artists were doing all this stuffy academic work, then by the 1920s, the rebellious spirit broke free and started breaking all the rules and called it modernism, when this whole modernist trend is being driven by department stores. It just doesn't work.
Yep.
The word moderne was plastered all over this event for 6 months, this government-sponsored event for 6 months, including on that 30-foot panel at the entrance that we just showed. And academics have the chutzpah to say, well, it's hard to say just how much this event promoted modernism. Bullshit. It is fair to say when you look at the commercial pavilions that they didn't quite throw out all the old rules, but they did get rid of most of the historicism and they got rid of most of the period-specific allusions because they just wanted to sell stuff to rich people.
Yep. There's very high margins on luxury goods for anybody who's not, not up on their wholesaling and whatnot.
Well, again, the narrative looks at Bauhaus, it looks at Le Corbusier, the people who did these very minimalist cubes, and it talks about how modernism is about getting rid of ornamentation and promoting simplicity. Yes, the ornamentation is greatly reduced in these renderings, but this is not simple stuff.
No. I can picture a CEO with his feet up on the desk.
Yeah. And the suspenders in the 80s.
The suspenders, smoking a cigar, thinking about the drugs he's going to do on the weekend. Or in the bathroom.
And at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's certainly not the concrete cube worker housing projects that we've talked about in previous episodes.
This is not for the pros.
So that's the left bank. What's going on the right bank? Stuff like this. This is the international pavilions, and this is where, as I said, our Rashomon stories are all going to intersect. First, you had the Italian pavilion, this one here. Remember that Mussolini has already taken over by this point. The regulations for the expo said that anything you do can't be in an old historicist style. Mussolini's going to say, fuck you.
And for anybody who doesn't remember, Mussolini is very easy on the eyes. He's a good-looking man, and that's why you never see him.
Yeah.
He's just hidden in the narrative. Stalin might have been the physical description of the Big Brother, but the putting your face on everything, that's Mussolini.
Yeah, I think that's the 7th episode of this series. We went through all the Mussolini propaganda. Some of it looked like a Hollywood headshot.
Yep.
Some of it.
Yep. It could have been Frank Sinatra.
Remember that Mussolini had decided that Italian fascism was going to resurrect the glory of the Roman Empire and of the Renaissance. So the official art style is the Novecento, which is a total classical revival, and he's just going to argue this is not an old style. This is a combination of Rome and the Renaissance. These are two completely different times of our history.
Like Sonichu.
Yeah, sure.
An original creation, guys.
Admittedly, there is nothing terribly historically accurate about marble columns and gilded brickwork, but it certainly makes a statement.
Yeah, there's something going on here. Pillars, the people.
Yeah. And like I said, there's the pictures of Mussolini inside, so there's nothing subtle going on with this thing.
But if I walk by this, I wouldn't want to vomit with my eyes.
Yeah.
I just...
Anybody who's worried about fascism in the modern world, no. This is fascism. Nothing looks like this in the modern world. Also, whoever commissions this thing is only a threat to his concubines.
Yeah, seriously.
Now, there are two countries that are noticeably absent from the right bank of the Seine, which is where all of these international pavilions are. One of them is the United States, because they just didn't have any modernism in 1925. The world would be a much more beautiful place today if it had stayed that way, and the Americans never got modernism, but alas, we don't live in the world I wish we lived in.
We live in the worst timeline, folks.
Yeah.
We live in the bad one.
The other country that is absent from the 1925 Paris Expo is Germany, who just weren't invited. Because the Allied powers just couldn't resist the urge to humiliate Germany one more time. But when you would walk along the right bank of the Seine, you would see a pretty good showcase of the world's creative talent. And for all the talk of how everything needed to be modern, most of these pavilions just were not that wild. They just showed off the decorative styles of each country. There was one exception, though, and that was the Soviet Union.
There we go. Let's see what communism is cooked up.
Well, remember I told you to make a mental note of the Russian pavilion from 1900, the one with the old, beautiful imperial style?
Worthy of St. Petersburg.
Let's take a look at the Soviet pavilion in 1925.
Oh, that looks like every campus I've ever been on. Wow.
Let's be generous and say it's considerably more plain.
Yeah, this is probably easier to construct, I guess, but
yes,
easier to clean, but
it's not just easier to construct. That's the reason that all these art narratives talk about this building like it was a pioneering work of architecture.
Okay. I don't know if it's different in other countries. I guess if you're not middle class, you probably went to a school with old architecture. But if you went to like McUniversity, this is what McUniversity looked like.
Yep. And at McUniversity, you learned about this building here.
Yep.
Being pioneering.
Now, fun fact, in Canada, it's very cold, so we built a bunch of these, and then they had to board up the windows to save on heating costs. And
I don't know how Canada has this reputation abroad of being the, sober, mature ones. We are just the ones who jump aboard every international trend before everybody else does, and this architecture was one of them.
I often have to explain Canada to my international family, and it's become increasingly a chore.
Yeah.
It's no longer pleasant.
Well, it's just Canada used to be more British than the British, which was great during the Victorian age. Now that we are more blue state American than blue state America, it's not working out so well.
Yeah.
Well, going back to this building here, let's be generous and say it's considerably more plain.
Yeah.
But to get an idea of what's going on here, notice how that staircase kind of seems a bit crooked.
Oh, yeah.
To get a better idea of what's going on, let's look at a model of this building. You see that staircase that divides the building in two from the bottom corner to the top corner?
Yeah.
This is where we make a huge callback to our Russian Rashomon story. And we remind you of constructivism, where a guy named Alexander Rodchenko decided that art was now finished. We are now making constructions, which, as best as I can tell, are monstrosities made out of industrial scraps. Well, Rodchenko played a huge role in this pavilion here.
Oh, okay.
Now, he was not the main architect. The main architect was named Konstantin Melnikov, and he was going to show the world the utopian classless future with this building.
This explains so much. Like, I just knew how horrible, soulless dad these freaking campuses are.
Yep.
And it's just, that makes total sense that it was some wackadoo communist trying to destroy everything that built this horrible thing.
Well, it's a weird building, but it's definitely modern. I'll give it that.
I'm just glad they have a campus radio station.
That's probably the antenna for it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like it's definitely modern. It's a cube with a stairway cutting it across it diagonally. But remember in the Russia episode, I said that it's kind of creepy that you can never find an official art history source that says a bad word about constructivism.
You don't think that Russia was maybe given some money? That could never happen.
I think it's worse than that. I think American and British intellectuals honestly think that the Soviet Union was a good idea. At least a certain group of them did. The only thing worse than these people being bought off is these people being true believers.
Imagine betting on that horse.
Yeah. Some of them are still betting on that horse.
Yeah. And the communists will bring about utopia. No, that wasn't real communism. We're going to do the other communism.
And this time I mean it.
Yep.
Like I said, I could never find an official art history source that ever said a bad word about constructivism, even though it's self-evidently ugly.
Yep.
Because this is like Scientologists talking about Dianetics.
Yep.
You know, this building is no exception. Every book uses very diplomatic language to talk about this building. It forecast the future, or the interior was sparsely decorated. It was full of artwork of happy peasants.
Oh, wow. The irony.
But the focal point of this building, the part that was done by our friend Rodchenko, was the workers' lounge of the future. This thing here.
Okay, that looks like a classroom. Wow.
Every single thing in this building was shaped funny because why not? This is where the happy peasants are supposed to come at the end of the day to read books, play chess on a chessboard that folds down, and watch a screen that comes down to broadcast propaganda.
Wow.
I wish I was making this up. But this is not where gopniks who toil for 16 hours in the fields want to go to read the latest communist literature. I'm sorry, it just isn't.
Imagine having that little understanding of the potato farmers that form the foundation of your freaking society.
Now, like I said, when historians talk after the fact about constructivism, they can't say a bad word about it, including this building here. It's not just a box. It allows light and air to traverse through it. It's not an obnoxious monstrosity of glass built on a budget. It creates tension with the surrounding environment. I even saw a documentary that said it had a disruptive ideological message.
Yeah.
It is disruptive.
There's no getting around that.
You know, because the narrative of overthrowing old bourgeois aesthetics, you know, academics have to talk about constructivism as if it was something groundbreaking. As far as I can tell, nobody knew anything about constructivism until the 60s when a bunch of Soviet archive documents became available, long after Stalin had forced the constructivists to either denounce their work or end up in the gulag. You know, the earliest MoMA exhibition I could find about constructivism was in 1976.
Wow.
So this building should have just been a historical curiosity and maybe a footnote, but when the narrative was written in the 1970s, this building was retroactively considered a pioneering work. To see what people actually thought at the time of something like this, were people walking into this with hearts in their eyes? Were people saying, wow, this is the workers' lounge of the future? Let's go back to that report by the French Ministry of Commerce. Because if anything's going to tell you what people at least thought of this building, that document is. The document had a huge write-up on all of the foreign pavilions, but the Soviet pavilion's write-up was considerably shorter than all of the other countries' write-ups.
Good.
And in fact, it was only 2 paragraphs long. And this is a direct quote, again, assuming that the translation is faithful. It should be remembered that, although peasants, who do form the majority of the Russian population, are excellent sculptors, decorating their homes and all objects of daily use, from beaters to salt boxes. True furniture is a rare luxury in Russia.
Yeah, what a nice twist on our people are so poor they have to manufacture everything. They have so little access to manufactured goods that they have to make everything themselves.
Yeah. Well, the next sentence is their furnishings generally consist only of a table, benches lined along the walls on which they sleep clothed, or on a brick stove.
You were saying that our culture's stuck. I feel a little better because Russian culture is stuck too largely. Not much has moved since this period for them either, if you get outside of Muscovy.
The document continues. The ensembles presented by the Soviet section were limited to a workers' club and an izba living room, both somewhat rudimentary in simplicity.
Yeah, it would be fair to say.
For example, the workers' club furniture consisted almost exclusively of a narrow, long central table shaped like a trestle deck with wooden chairs fixed to the floor on each side.
It's like a country that has absolutely no recreation of any kind. Try to imagine what recreation might look like.
Well, it's also, I love that since the 70s, academics talk about this thing like it's a pioneering work. And in the 20s, the French described this as, well, the Russians are retards, but at least they tried.
Every time I go to the University of Guelph and I talk to the agricultural guys at any point, somebody pitches eating bugs. Again and again. This is a theme since I was a child, that they want you to eat bugs. I just want to say, if a future generation hears this and they end up eating bugs, just remember, no, we didn't like it.
No.
We were against eating bugs. They didn't care.
Well,
it was cheaper to manufacture.
I just want to say one thing, though. It's not just us. We have had inklings up to this point that there is something odd going on with the narrative.
Something fishy, folks.
There are revisionist glitches in the Matrix, but up until now, it was just noticing things that seemed a little bit weird. There is no way in hell that this is just a bit of creative spin. This is the event that gave the world Art Deco. There is no way that this event is mostly important because it gave the world this metal shack. Yeah. I don't care what anybody says, this is not the pioneering thing to come out of the Art Deco Expo.
Nope. But it is cheaper to manufacture.
That I agree with. And this is what they view as luxury for gopniks.
This is what every classroom looks like, which is the creepiest part of this for me.
But this is where we have to stop mincing words and just say that somebody is straight up lying, and whatever happened in the 1970s, right around the time that the stewards of art history shifted from the museum to the university. But the Soviet pavilion is not the only pavilion from the 1925 Expo to have somehow entered the narrative as a pioneering work of architecture. There was one more. And that brings us back to our friends Ozenfant and Le Corbusier and their publication, L'Esprit Nouveau. There is a huge national event going on, and they wanted to promote their weird purist ideas at the 1925 Expo. They were not going to let this opportunity go to waste. And how do you sell something? You do something obnoxious that at least catches people's eyeballs. And because the 20th century art world went completely insane, they decided to rebuild a replica so that we can see actual pictures of this.
Okay.
I give you the pavilion of L'Esprit Nouveau.
Also kind of like a campus.
Yep. Now this is just the exterior. This is supposed to be the design of a modular house where you stack these things horizontally and vertically like Legos. Going back to our meta-narrative, there is something seriously wrong with the fact that Art Deco is seen as something passé from the 20s and 30s, but Le Corbusier is still worshipped by architects who wear those ridiculous round-rimmed glasses. Why is the guy who did this still worshipped?
In a sane society, you'd go to jail for suggesting that people live in a structure like this.
Yep.
Outside of very rural areas where they just can't bring construction equipment in. You have to have a prefab house.
This is barely better than living in solitary confinement.
I was going to say this looks like a Supermax. inner layer of defense or something.
Yeah.
Like it's just like.
I'm just saying every architect should be ashamed of himself just for allowing this kind of nonsense in your professional organizations. Like all the rest of this bullshit, people hate it now, people hated it then, and every academic lecture says it is more geometric, contrasting with the other Art Deco pavilions, or it took time for people to truly appreciate the genius, or just the more straightforward, it was influential. No, we're calling bullshit. Nobody has ever appreciated the genius of this thing. Nobody. Maybe a few art school students were malleable enough that they were, willing to be brainwashed into thinking this because.
If you think this is pretty, that's like double think level self-deception.
Yeah. No, nobody has ever thought this was beautiful. Nobody thought this was ahead of its time. Nobody. Period. We're calling bullshit on it. But that's the exterior. What about the interior?
Oh, man. It's like a doctor's office or a residence.
This was supposed to be the luxury space of the future.
It's just off-putting. I don't like. There's something sterile. There's something that would be very hard to personalize a space like this. It's just ugly.
Yeah. So there's no decoration here because Le Corbusier says, why do you need wallpaper when this is the machine age and the whole wall can be made from gigantic windows?
or concrete.
You don't need decoration. You just need an architect who understands air, space, and light. This is his actual argument.
It's like when you go and actually read like the one of the Scientology books.
Yes.
And you're like, this is just quackery.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing. It's like...
I've heard this building described as fanatically simple. Again, that's a direct quote from a book I read. I still can't figure out if that's meant as a compliment or an insult.
Could go either way.
Also, that staircase there, it was just bought by an industrial supply company.
Wow. You can see the oligarchs owning in on this.
Yeah, so he gets a pavilion in the 1925 Expo and then makes a statement about how we shouldn't be thinking about decoration. We should be thinking about how best to shove the proles into easily buildable cubes. He also thinks he's brilliant because he has this movable furniture so you can rearrange the layout of your apartment. Like, not just move around the furniture, but you can actually move around the dividers. You can move the walls around to give yourself as much or as little space in these rooms as you need.
And again, were I on the part of the spectrum that, likes Lego and thinks this would be an ideal space, and I'm sure it exists, but it's not neurotypical. A neurotypical person just can't live in a space that's sterile.
Well, he also
weird and modular. It just.
Well, he also thinks he's brilliant by saying that these dividers are also movable bookcases because now the proles have the ability to read more books. So this is clearly an Aspie who has thought far too highly of the average normie's IQ. Because in 2025, we know beyond the shadow of a doubt that movable IKEA furniture does not increase the literacy rate.
Nope.
At the pavilion, Corbusier also introduced his Plan Voisin, which it was not his first utopian plan for redesigning Paris, and it was never really taken seriously, but it certainly influenced future urban planners. And I do not say that as a good thing. The thing you have to understand about Le Corbusier is that he honestly and sincerely contemplated the idea of cramming 3 million people into a small footprint using skyscrapers that were shaped like crosses. And he considered roads, light, green space, and everything else. But you know what he didn't consider? Human interaction. He honestly thought it didn't matter if humans interacted with each other or not.
On the spectrum, only sees things from that perspective.
Corbusier's logic was fairly simple. 60 years ago, Napoleon III had ripped apart Paris and replaced the streets with parks and bright boulevards that coincidentally happened to be too wide to have barricades.
Yeah, that was a problem in France. There was a lot of barricades.
So Corbusier's argument was, we already ripped up the city once 50 years ago. What's the big deal if we do it again?
Yeah, exactly.
So Corbusier's idea was going to have all these cross-shaped buildings with wide roads, lots of green space, and flat roofs for people to enjoy the sky, apparently.
Again, like if I like Sonic the Hedgehog like a lot as an adult, I would probably think that was a good idea. But it's going to be 2% of the population. It's going to be wired like that.
Well, again, for some reason, future generations of architects and city planners just think this guy is the biggest brain genius ever. So this plan becomes the inspiration for a lot of urban planning. One example is the Drancy concentration camp built during Nazi occupation.
It was efficient.
Yeah.
That was kind of the problem. It's very efficient.
Another is the Alton Estates in London, where they knocked down a bunch of beautiful Victorian architecture and created brutalist council housing with a lot of gang violence and drug use.
You mean the people didn't like living in the boxes in close proximity to each
No,
other?
they didn't. There was also the Le Coumerend, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that rightly, housing project in the Netherlands, which became synonymous with gangs and poverty.
I'm noticing a theme.
Yeah, me too. So this guy Le Corbusier, he is in many ways emblematic of whatever happened to art as a whole, because he had a lot of very beautiful academic theories. He never managed to get anything accomplished in the real world, and then the universities spawned a bunch of cults of this guy, and now we have an entire profession full of people worshiping him as they just fail harder and harder.
And make our living spaces more horrible and horrible, and our cities less livable, and have all kinds of terrible knock-on effects.
Yep, that's what happened.
We're just living because we trust the experts. This is just where we're at.
And yet this is a guy who couldn't get this shit built.
Yeah.
He's the expert. Now, as I said before, Corbusier, he was the king of designing buildings that never actually got constructed. And at this point, he has designed a house for Ozenfant and a couple of his relatives, including one for his mother, who was unimpressed by the leaky roof.
Yeah, flat roof, people.
He's gotten a few commissions here and there, but for the most part, Parisians in 1925 don't want to commission a concrete cube where the architect will throw a hissy fit if you decorate it the wrong way. That's again a classic of the mid-20th century.
And of the autism spectrum.
Well, remember I said that this is where all four of our Rashomon storylines come together? We've talked about Corbusier from the Paris storyline. We've talked about the Russian and Italian pavilions, which had very different styles. But there's one more Rashomon storyline, and that's the Bauhaus in Germany. Mies van der Rohe got granted the commission for a huge worker housing project by the Stuttgart local government called the Weissenhof Werkbund.
That sounds not ominous.
Well,
I'd love to join a workbund.
Well, Mies, he wants this to be an international showcase of all the different styles of modern architecture. So let's show the montage here. Don't you just see so many different kinds of styles?
Yeah, this is all buddies.
Yeah. And this is the thing, I'm not being funny with this. These are all works by the big names who Mies van der Rohe gathered for his project. We have Bruno Tot, who did Uncle Tom's Hout. That's the one in the bottom right. Sorry, the bottom left, sorry. We got the Gropius house in the top right. We've got Corbusier's Maison La Roche in the top left, and JJP Oud's Kiefkoek housing project, the De Style one in the bottom right. So all different flavors of soul-crushing concrete cubes.
This is like distilled communism.
Yeah.
These are the people who probably inspired the nihilists in the Big Lebowski.
Yeah, I can see it.
The Bauhaus one.
Well, again, nobody wanted to build Corbusier's stuff, especially after that pavilion at the 1925 Expo. But Mies saw it, and he just saw brilliance.
This German dude was just fascinated.
Some people just fail up in life, and that's what happens to Corbusier.
It's the right place, right time. Goes to show you guys, it doesn't matter if you're talented or not. It's a crapshoot. It's just anyway.
So this is going to be Corbusier's big break, being brought in to work on a German socialist housing project during the Weimar Republic. And again, it's going to be another UNESCO heritage site because all of these soul-crushing early communist architect sites become UNESCO heritage sites.
Oh, wow.
All of them. I'm starting to think that our institutions are based on an overly idealistic snapshot of the 1920s.
Yep. There seems to be a lot of like atavisms in the system here.
We also see the birth of one of the great traditions of modernist worker housing. Never, ever, ever asking the proles if they would appreciate living in these cubes.
What are the proles do? If we want the proles' opinions, we will ask the middle class.
Every room is going to be white, beige, or gray. The roofs are all going to be flat. There is not going to be any ornamentation whatsoever. No wallpaper, no curtains, no rugs, no knickknacks, no fancy upholstery, no nothing. Everything is going to be expressed structure. What does expressed structure mean? It means if it's made out of concrete, it needs to look like it's made out of concrete.
You gotta be honest about your guy.
But there has to be a pretentious academic sounding term like express structure.
Like, look at how smart we are for using concrete and making it look like concrete. And that's why it always looks like stained, because it's just okay, it's coming into freaking clarity here.
Yep. And it's not just on the outside. If the floor is linoleum, it needs to look like gray linoleum.
So right back to the red square painting.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, there has to be no trace of bourgeois luxury whatsoever.
And no wiggle room to use your imagination.
Yep. So this is the first real try post-World War I at socialism. Not communism, socialism, because communism's already done in Russia. But that means it's up to the architects to educate the workers on how lucky they are to live in a concrete complex without outmoded ideas like decoration. I wish I were making this up. I have done a lot of research for this episode. I've read a lot of these old documents. I wish I were making this up.
Now, because these theories are based on everybody being a blank slate, it never occurred to them that there might be something like in human nature that finds this repugnant or non-ideal or counterproductive.
It also never occurs to them that there's a reason that the private sector never wants to commission any of their stuff.
Yeah.
It only ever gets built as part of workers' projects commissioned by the German government.
Yep. One of Weimar's many triumphs.
Yeah, like this expressed structure is even to the point where even the pipes and the radiator coils need to be exposed where possible because that's real express structure.
Oh, that's why they do that.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, it is.
Because again, this is explaining to me every public building I've ever seen.
Yep.
So.
All that's missing is fluorescent lighting.
Yeah.
But this is what gives Corbusier the reputation to start building his more radical ideas. Though, of course, still nobody cared for them at the time. This is his famous Villa Savoy.
Oh, geez. Again, it looks like Halo 1 fortification.
Yep. Again, this is another UNESCO heritage site. Every architecture history lecture on YouTube has at least an hour talking about this thing. Why is it so important? Because it's got those fucking pillars. That's all. The part underneath is supposed to be a driveway that you drive around like a U-turn.
Is it supposed to be in New Orleans or somewhere below sea level? Like I don't. It's just cheaper. They're using less material to build.
No, it has stilts. It has a cantilevered top floor that goes over the driveway, and that's it. That's supposed to be the point. And the thing is, I don't even think it's anything that original. As far as I can tell, there's nothing in this building that Frank Lloyd Wright didn't already do much better.
Yeah. It's like that simple building, simple representation of a building from earlier paintings. Some child's schema of a building. Yeah. It just looks so freaking unfinished and primitive.
Yep. So that basically wraps up our Rashomon storylines, and it also covers everything in the Museum of Modern Art's diagram here. And this is where we are towards the end of the 1920s. As far as modernism goes, we've tapped out all the storylines on this page. We have gone over everything here. We still have a lot to say about painting in the 30s, especially when Hitler comes to power, because he's going to have a lot of strong opinions about art, especially Weimar art.
See, you remember you heard he was a failed artist?
Mm-hmm.
See how important that is?
Mm-hmm. But as far as architecture goes, all we really have are a few of these concrete boxes isolated all over the continent, which, again, they really ought not to have been anything more than a flash in the pan. Like, architecture should have gone in the direction of Art Nouveau and Art Deco and maybe be turned into something else. That was something that seemed to have real, creative, forward-looking, upward-looking energy behind it. But this is where we get a Deus Ex Machina, a god from the machine. Maybe not exactly a god from the machine. As Mr. Leahy would say, Julian, this isn't God from the machine. This is shit from the machine. Because there is one organization that we said was going to be the villain in our story, but we haven't really discussed it yet. And that's the Museum of Modern Art. Yeah, we've said a few things about it. But
they've been kind of the Sauron of the story.
Yeah.
Kind of out of, just kind of lurking in the background.
Well, this is where they start stepping forward.
Oh, okay.
MoMA was opened in 1929 by the Rockefellers and Friends as a way to browbeat Americans for being unsophisticated compared to their European counterparts, the modernists.
Not members of the tribe, for anyone keeping score, and I know at least a few of you are.
We're calling balls and strikes here.
Yep, call it like I see it.
There's plenty on both sides of that ledger. We've looked at American art from the turn of the century, and it was beautiful. We looked at some of John Singer Sargent's stuff, for example. But the wife of a wealthy industrialist feels Philistine when her counterparts in Europe have Art Deco furniture and Cubist paintings on the wall. Now, spiritually, the 20s do extend a little bit into the 30s. Like in 1931, Stalin said anybody doing modernism is going to the gulag and possibly being told to face the wall. Hitler was elected at the end of 1932. He came to power in 1933. But the opening of MoMA in 1929 is also a huge transition point because it puts modern art into a very different position, which means it's now institutionalized and has a lot of money behind it.
It becomes a state religion.
The biggest misconception about Americans is that they believe in capitalism uber alles. No. The American ruling class views it as its birthright to be the stewards of utopianism in whatever form that happens to take. In this case, techno-utopianism. Because no sooner does the Rockefeller family corner the entire American economy than they open up a museum that gets all of corporate America start browbeating you for not appreciating the ideas of a bunch of European communists.
Because his wife needed something to do.
Yep. It's just a keep her off my ass project. That's all it is. And it destroyed all of art.
Wow.
What if you had conservative tastes? What if you thought this modernist shit was ugly? What if you liked the pre-Raphaelites and the arts and craft movement and the old academic stuff? A famous critic of the day named Royal Cortisaz hated modernism. He called it Ellis Island art.
Nice. It's a burn.
Remember that this is the time that Italians had misbehaved so badly that the U.S. government decided to close their doors to all immigration for 40 years?
Why would that be relevant?
Some things are on an envelope. I don't know. I'm not just saying art is a repeat of the 20s. People saying, fuck, we need to get rid of these immigrants, that's also a repeat of the 20s as well.
Culture, politics, everything.
So what if you hated all this European shit? It just didn't matter because MoMA was a project of the American industrial oligarchs. And within a few years, a lot of American corporations were using modernist art in their advertisements. And when that happens, it really doesn't matter what happens in the museums.
Sorry, guys, Rome became Christian. Same story here. The institutions got behind this.
Yep. On the left, this is one of Fernand Léger's advertisements. We've talked about him a few times in the last few episodes. On the right, this is a Georgia O'Keeffe painting for Dole pineapples for the Dole Corporation.
Jeez. Yeah, you see the merger here. You can definitely see the crosses being erected.
Yep, that you do. Corporate America's modern look is often associated with the post-World War II consumer culture, but like everything else we take for granted, that's Cold War propaganda. It started in the 1930s when this stuff was going on.
All right.
World War II is the origin story of the current global political order based around the United Nations. So it's very convenient for every narrative to start in 1945, but that conveniently airbrushes a lot of inconvenient truths out of the New Deal era.
Mm-hmm.
You never seem to hear any historical narratives about America that start in 1925 and smoothly transition to 1955. It always starts abruptly with the Nuremberg trials and the Marshall Plan. As the official story goes, after Hitler came to power, all the modern talent migrated to New York, and then Europe blew itself up, so New York was the center of the art world. Bullshit. This was going on in the 1930s.
Okay.
And it was driven by corporate America. MoMA had the imprimatur of the Rockefeller family. And every CEO in those days was trying to get into the good graces of the Rockefeller family and the rest of the American WASP ruling class.
For anyone who doesn't know, homie figured out drilling oil could be a thing.
Yep.
And so saved the whales in the process. But yeah, he kind of made oil the foundation of our whole world. Yep. So that's why he's got all this money. There's I discovered oil level money.
You think Elon Musk is rich? There was a time that the Rockefeller family was 5% of the U.S. GDP.
Yeah. Modern Saudi Arabia is 9%.
Yeah.
So,
all I'm saying is that by the 30s, all of a sudden it didn't really matter that there were only 10,000 art collectors in the entire world who gave a shit what was getting auctioned off at Sotheby's and Christie's. Now the modern stuff has gone corporate. And if you thought that Picasso was a sellout for designing sets for the ballet, now he's an icon for the taste setters of corporate America.
Wow. So yeah, there's punk rock parallels. I love this.
But if there was one event that truly marked the transition from the 20s to the 30s in America, at least spiritually, it was a show at MoMA in February 1932, titled Modern Architecture International Exhibition.
It's an auspicious year.
Now, in the background, you can see a lot of the pictures and models of the buildings that we've gone over in the last few episodes. In fact, I think some of the previous slides we showed were these exact pictures.
Yeah, I reckon. This is the eyesore prefab stuff.
Yep. Yeah, these are all these depressing cubes that the workers are supposed to live in. And the next thing to note about this little montage here is that the Soviet pavilion at the 1925 Expo is nowhere to be seen here. So that's another piece of evidence that constructivism was grafted onto the narrative retroactively. But more importantly, every show has a catalog full of copy about why all the exhibits are important. Usually a museum catalog is written by some PhD trying to walk a tightrope between sounding scholarly and being understandable to the unwashed masses. But this is the early days of the Museum of Modern Art. There's just something in the American spirit that needs to be on board with the latest academic, or at least academic-sounding ideas.
They were really religious people. I think somehow that got transferred when that kind of academia took the place of the clergy.
Well, if in high school you were forced to read Henry David Thoreau's journal of his midlife crisis at Walden Pond, you know that if you use a thesaurus, Americans can be convinced to find profundity in a rich kid's sob story.
Yeah. No, look at the frickin' Catcher in the Rye.
Yep. That too. If a PhD says that babies become geniuses if they listen to Mozart in the womb, every bougie American woman will start listening to Mozart when she's pregnant.
Yep.
If
We're back to the blank slate.
if a doctor says you can reduce anxiety by getting a lobotomy, well, that happens too.
Now, I want to point out something interesting. It was mostly like rich, troubled women.
Yeah.
And that's mostly who got like their boobs cut off too.
Yep.
So, and it's just an interesting historical parallel. That's all.
Yep. Well, they gave a Nobel Prize to the guy before somebody said, wait a second, cutting somebody's brains out and turning them into a vegetable might not be good medical ethics.
But they're cheaper to manage.
And this happens at all levels of society. I'm not just picking on the rich Americans here. Picture the snake oil salesman at the county fair giving his spiel to the townsfolk. He always has to say, this is scientifically proven to work. Yep. You have to include those words, scientifically proven.
Well, even the religious fundamentalists, that was their whole thing.
Yep.
It was like, no, this is scientific biblical literalism.
Yep. No, that word scientific is always there. The most obvious example is that in the 90s, Judith Butler, PhD, said that maybe there are more than two genders, and by the mid-2010s, it was the trendy thing to give your 8-year-old puberty blockers because it's the latest medical science.
Yeah, the ruling class sacrificed their kids to this.
Mm-hmm. They did. So there are a few things more quintessentially American than uncritically taking intellectuals seriously, and also opening your wallet to prove how seriously you take Mortimer Wordsworth, PhD. Sometimes it leads to amazing things like the crossword puzzle craze. Sometimes it leads to the entire intellectual establishment writing papers full of jargon, justifying the invasion of Afghanistan instead of Saudi Arabia because the Taliban are insufficiently feminist.
Yep.
Well, when it comes to the architecture world, the missing link in the fossil record is the catalog of this show. It's later published as a standalone book and given the title The International Style. The authors were historian Henry Russell Hitchcock and a young Philip Johnson, who would later become famous for the glass box style of 20th century depressing architecture.
Again, many birds have died on the they've sacrificed many birds to the altar of this guy's freaking ideas about architecture.
So this book, the catalog of this show, it's basically described as Henry David Thoreau, only instead of building a shack on a huge private estate and calling it The Simple Life, his ruminations led him to the conclusion that the highest ideal in the industrialized world is prefabricated concrete blocks to shove peasants into.
Yep.
You would be hard-pressed to find a document more suited to an American out-of-touch bureaucrat or intellectual. I shit you not. It starts out by talking about how the last time that advances in construction technology led to an advance in architecture was the 13th century when vaults and ribbing gave us Gothic cathedrals, but the early 20th century was the dawn of the age of reinforced concrete, so we are about to see a transformation on par with the Gothic cathedrals.
Oh, wow.
That's how it starts. That is the opening salvo of this book.
He's on the right side of history, folks.
And then it makes the bold claim that, sure, the skyscrapers of the 1880s were somewhat impressive, but the vertical lines make city skylines too busy. Europe's truly enlightened architects are making unadorned concrete cubes that can be mass-produced.
This is where the nightmare came from. Okay, all right.
Now, this is museum copy for mass consumption, so the scholarship is superficial at best. But this is a weird time in history, so an exhibition catalog about concrete slabs became a manifesto of its own, and it became taken far too seriously among American architectural circles. The document basically makes two claims. The first is that it claims to tell the whole history of modern architecture, and this account is superficial at best, especially compared to the last, 18 hours or so that we've been going through.
You're welcome, folks.
But that the Europeans have finally developed a new style, and it's important for everybody to get on board with it so that architecture can finally properly develop. The second claim is a description of this new style which all sophisticated architects are going to be expected to follow if they don't want to be left behind by the Europeans. And again, this style is going to be the blank concrete cubes with the flat roofs.
Ugh.
So what is this questionable history that they give? Well, simple. 18th, 19th century architecture, the beautiful Victorian stuff, and the architecture that gave us all the major libraries and train stations, that's just Philistine. That's just revival architecture. It's Gothic revival, it's classical revival, it's Renaissance revival, whatever. It may be beautiful, but it serves no purpose. They even throw in a line about the, quote, absurdities of Romanticism and ornamentation in 1900. So already this sounds a lot more aggressive than the French government document, which talked about hygiene and more neutral styles for a growing middle class. This sounds a lot more confrontational than that.
I just want to point out, I just realized this looks like an Apple store.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, no ornamentation at all.
We're right back to like, hey, we made brutalism, we painted it white.
But then Hitchcock and Johnson also need to show their contempt for the 20th century architects who now had too much freedom and were being overly individualistic and not following any style at all. In case they're being too subtle, they make it very clear in the next chapter that yes, they're talking about Frank Lloyd Wright. His work was just too beautiful, I guess. It's already an age of intellectual pretension and fetishization of science, but you really have to leave it to the American Protestant ruling class to make the most out-of-touch ivory tower statement possible. And here it is. In his refusal of the shackles of a fixed style, he has created the illusion of infinite possible styles, like the mathematicians who have invented non-Euclidean geometries. His eternally young spirit rebels against the new style as vigorously as he rebelled against the styles of the 19th century. They actually brought up non-Euclidean geometries. This is like Einstein stuff.
Yep. So they're on these are the right side of history, people.
I guarantee you these people don't know anything about hyperbolic geometry. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that. There's a lot to criticize about Frank Lloyd Wright's architecture, especially the living arrangements for his Caribbean manservants.
Yep.
But I'm not sure you can say he's like a mathematician coming up with non-Euclidean geometries.
No.
But Hitchcock and Johnson say that Frank Lloyd Wright's work just lacks the enlightenment of a European government housing project, because a European government housing project has a style. And the key to the new style of enlightened architecture is that the structural support now comes from the posts, and the walls might as well be curtains because they bear no load. So this means smooth surface material like stucco, wooden sheathing, plywood paneling, sheet glass. The other two things that are critical to this new style are regularity, though they insist, not symmetry, and a complete lack of any unnecessary decoration, including paint.
Because humans hate decorations.
Yeah. And the history of this new style is basically reduced to 4 architects, all of whom we've talked about. First, Walter Gropius, who built this factory. You can tell that this factory is clearly meant for mass production because, and this is said as a compliment, it is so boring and consistent that it approaches monotony.
Yep.
They say that as a compliment.
I agree with them.
But they also tisk Gropius for having bricks that remind them too much of masonry. Because we can't have that when the walls are supposed to be curtains. Like smooth surfaces and curtains.
You're not even allowed to be a brick in a wall. It's too individualistic.
Fortunately, and you can go back to our Weimar episode if you want the full story, in 1926, Gropius got enlightened by the De Style movement.
Oh, yeah.
And that brings us to this.
Oh, yeah, that eye cancer.
The De Style movement convinced him that it's not truly anti-bourgeois unless everything looks like an industrial prototype that can be built as cheaply as possible.
Because otherwise it is expensive and that's bougie.
Yep.
All right.
And that brings us to our next pioneering architect, J.J.P. Oud. J.J.P. Oud exceeded Gropius's factory in significance by building this thing. Then came the next pioneer, Le Corbusier.
Boo!
And he blew everyone out of the water with his Citroën house. This is the one we showed earlier in the episode.
Oh yeah, Ukrainian fortification stuff.
I know this episode is running long. All our episodes run long, but if you've been watching the whole episode and following it, you know why this is bullshit. Because in 1925, he had only built a model of this thing. He was showing his model around Paris, but he never got this thing built till after the fact.
Nobody wrote him a check. No one was willing. So that's speaks to his cultural cachet at the time.
Yep. According to the museum catalog, the model for this thing was just the most important thing that revolutionized architecture in France. No, it wasn't. Also, Corbusier contributed to the publication L'Esprit Nouveau until 1925. So what does this mean? It means one of them went over there, saw his minimalistic pavilion at the 1925 Expo, or at least they heard about it somewhere, and they drank the Kool-Aid. And finally, you had Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, who wowed the world with the Bauhaus Pavilion at the 1929 World's Fair. This we talked about in the Weimar episode.
Give me the money, Lebowski.
If you've been following everything, I hope you can start to see what's going on here. Let's review everything here. They talked about the absurdity of ornamentation in 1900, which was the year of the Paris World Fair with all the plaster pavilions and the ornate old styles. They talk about Le Corbusier and his writings in L'Esprit Nouveau until 1925, which was the year of the next Paris World's Fair. They talk about Mies van der Rohe and the Barcelona Pavilion that you have on the screen here at the 1929 World's Fair. And they also mention Oud, de Style, Gropius, who were part of the Bauhaus drama that led to Mies van der Rohe being left in charge of Bauhaus. So what we have here is a classic example of the American with a university degree who goes to Africa and then is surprised to see that the economy is based on cell phone minutes. Or who goes to the Sandals Resort and thinks she's experienced Jamaica.
Yep.
Or who invades Iraq and discovers that there are Sunni and Shia Muslims.
Oh, that was a great moment for the West.
Basically, this document, this museum catalog, is what you would think European architecture was if you had only ever gone to the World's Fair in 1900, in 1925, and 1929.
Okay, so they used like the crib notes and they just completely fubbed it. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's if you'd done that, you'd said, see, a style is developing across Europe.
This is the difference, guys, between a deep knowledge and a shallow knowledge of the subject.
And that is why it took us so fucking long to get through everything. And that's why it's like 5 episodes about the 20s, 6 episodes about the 20s. Because from this point onwards, American architecture is going to start following this style, which is just a figment of their imagination, called the International Style. And when the Americans took over the world in 1945, both through policing shipping lanes and through soft power by way of the United Nations and their foreign aid networks, that was America's chance to exert dominance. And how do you exert dominance through your empire? You do it by building architecture. And the Americans are going to make sure that both at home and abroad in their vassal states, all the prestige architecture follows the international style. So let's take a look at the greatest hits of the mid-20th century at the height of the Pax Americana. Cue the Benny Hill theme song. This is the Opera House in Caracas. Doesn't this just inspire you to go see an opera?
It's like, I'm sure like it's resistant to like mortar shelling, but like that's all nice. It's the only nice thing I can say about it. If there's a mortar crew firing at me, I want to be in this bunker.
It won't disturb the opera?
No, it's probably the acoustics would be terrible.
This is the National Theatre in London.
It looks like a parking garage.
Yeah, that it does. Looks like it's covered in piss.
It probably is. Dogs pee on this, and the pee dissolves the concrete. So that's the funniest thing to me about this, is it's not even practical.
This is Philip Johnson's famous glass box. Philip Johnson was actually one of the two guys who wrote that document. Famously, Philip Johnson spoke at an architecture conference that says, "Yeah, I know we do all this stuff, and I know it's ugly." So they were just laughing at the little guys as they did all this stuff.
It was like the producer of Precious being like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a freaking movie with an overweight black woman stealing fried chicken.
Yep.
And the freaking pros are gonna call it progressive. Yeah, okay,
Yep.
same kind of thing.
Yep. These are some of our local greatest hits in Toronto.
I got feelings about the Robarts Library on the
Yep.
extreme right.
Mhm.
Apparently, it's supposed to look like a turkey.
No, it's supposed to look like a peacock. It does look like a turkey.
Oh, okay, it looks like a turkey. They had to, at one point, prevent the upper windows from closing because so many kids were jumping out the window.
Yeah.
So.
The one in the middle is the Westin Hotel in Toronto Harbor. At one time, this was supposed to be, the symbol of luxury. I looked for a picture of this building that shows how Soviet and ugly it is. I couldn't find one that truly expresses it.
Mm-hmm.
This is supposed to be the jewel of Toronto's Harbor Line. Yep. In the bottom left is Toronto's new City Hall, which I can't remember who. It was some artist or architect who said our new City Hall represented the death of hope.
He was right.
Yeah.
It's ugly.
Especially because it's right next to the old City Hall, which is just beautiful Victorian architecture.
Yep. It's a contrast. If you want, it tells the story of a civilization in decline.
Yeah, that's what this is. This is Liverpool's Metropolitan Cathedral. Liverpool has a gorgeous cathedral in walking distance of this thing. This was built in the 70s.
This is awful.
This looks like something you could get impaled on.
This looks like a 1930s sci-fi, which I guess tracks.
Yeah. This is by Mies van der Rohe, who again is considered one of the pioneering architects of the 20th century. He does these apartment buildings in Chicago. Like, okay, fine, he got the commission for it, but don't tell me this is a pioneering work of architecture.
Now, if I'm a Ukrainian kill team, this is great because they don't know which window I'm in.
Yep.
But aside from that, I can't say anything nice about this building. Ugh.
This is the Hotel Unirea in Romania.
Romania get the shit end of everything.
Yep.
Jesus.
It's certainly regular and repeatable.
This makes my soul sad. This is like Eastern Europe just summed up.
Well, regularity and repeatability are fundamental parts of the international style.
If only if we could get that out of the social sciences.
Now, speaking of which, this is Simon Fraser University, which for a long time was the only place that communism was active in Canada.
Yep.
This is on top of a mountain. This should be like a beautiful, soul-enriching experience. Because so many movies are shot in Vancouver, Simon Fraser University is often used as the bad guy's lair.
Yep, and it's perfect for that. It looks like a Zen garden after a communist just destroyed it.
Yeah.
Like, took anything out that might be reminiscent of spirituality.
It takes a certain kind of eyes to look at this shit and see utopia. But the top few percent in America and the 20th century elites looking up to them, they have always had that certain kind of eyes.
Yep.
The Americans had the chance to do anything they wanted. Hitchcock and Johnson wrote the International Style in 1932, which is the same time that the Empire State Building was going up.
Henry Ford wrote the International something else.
Yeah. For whatever reason, when you go to any country in the American sphere of influence, loosely defined as countries whose universities look up to Harvard as the head of the prestige hierarchy, everything built in the 50s, 60s, and 70s just looks like the villain's secret hideout in a campy 80s movie.
Yep. Yeah, it really does. It's just freaking ugly for the sake of ugly.
The American Empire may be the most powerful geopolitical force that the world has ever seen, but once the empire recedes, and it is receding, I just don't think their influence is going to last nearly as long as it could have, because even if these buildings last, Nobody's going to look at architecture built in the international style and ask where it came from.
Nope.
Compare that to the train station in Bombay, which everyone can look at and say, wow, the British Empire is long gone, but this endures. So after 8 months, this finally finishes off our story of the 1920s. This is the decade that we associate with Picasso, Hemingway, James Joyce, The Great Gatsby, jazz, Art Deco, de style Bauhaus, mass communication, and an economy based on consumption. It's the decade that ends with the opening of the Museum of Modern Art, and it's the decade that gives us the scaffolding that most of the modern world's culture sits on. If you do an art history degree, everything is really divided into pre-World War I and modernism. Because if you want to be a working museum curator, or even if you just want to be part of the gallery scene, you need to know the jargon behind the weird aesthetics from the 1920s, whether you like it or not. The narrative demands it, because the narrative explains Piss Christ, Damien Hirst embalming a shark, and whatever the hell this thing is.
Ugh.
And to be very clear, this is not some senior project by some pothead millennial failson at OCAD. This is a sculpture by Frank Stella, who was one of the biggest names in the 20th century narrative of art. I don't know what this thing is, but you need to know the official MoMA narrative to bullshit well enough to explain it at a cocktail party.
This is just terrible. This looks like refuse.
Yeah. But there's one little problem with the narrative, and that's for about 12 years, starting in 1930, American art looks like this.
Hey, pretty. And Amy Schumer.
Yeah, I still
Okay.
can't. I still can't unsee that.
Amy Schumer and the guy who played Quark.
Amy Schumer after she's taken Ozempic.
Yeah, she's disappearing.
Mhm.
All that body positivity stuff. They just did. It's like it's the cure.
It's the path of least resistance for Amy Schumer, both being fat and taking Ozempic. In both cases, she's taking the path of least resistance.
But it would be like the art world, our culture. It's good. It's like the diet industry post Ozempic.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this vestige of a time. Anyway.
Well, so this is the aesthetics of 1930s American art. The aesthetics of Nazi Germany and Stalinist Russia also become much more conservative, albeit for different reasons. But there was an essay in 1985 called The New Art History, which talked about how art history used to be the turf of the museum, and now it's the turf of the university. And quite frankly, that's the reason why art isn't going anywhere. But the university art history narrative that develops in the 70s likes to just pretend that the 30s didn't happen. Because it's inconvenient to a story that depends on the 1920s being the time when all the old rules were thrown out. So the narrative just talks about modernism from 1910 until 1925, and then jumps straight ahead to 1945 when Europe is bombed out and flat broke. America wants to be the beacon of freedom. Gives the world the Nuremberg trials that give us a bunch of rules that are oddly gerrymandered to condemn Hitler and not Stalin.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
It's like,
And the question of what is and isn't art is going to become a question of what is most convenient to each side's Cold War propaganda.
Okay.
So that's it for the background material. Everything has been laid out on the chessboard. We just need to watch the game play out. There still is a fair bit of story to tell, but from here on out, it's at least linear and straightforward. I've been saying since episode 4 that we were going to get to Jackson Pollock, but we're doing this chronologically to cut through all the bullshit in the narrative, and there is a lot of bullshit in the narrative. And when you're doing it chronologically, you can't pass go. You can't collect $200 until you're done with the 1920s. Well, we're done with the 1920s now, so we can start moving forward again. In the next episode, we're going to start looking at the 1930s, both this conservative stuff, and we're also going to start exploring the cultural milieu, where Jackson Pollock's weird drips and splatters are not just popular in New York's avant-garde, but by the late 40s, he is getting a feature story in Life magazine and becoming a mainstream celebrity.
Oh, wow.
Like this shit.
Yeah, that's just terrible.
We're not that far away from this. This was 1949 that this magazine was published. We're already at 1930, so we're less than 2 decades away from this.
I'm closing in, folks.
We are closing in. Anyways, that's the story of modernism in the 1920s, and I can finally say that after about 8 or 9 months.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go back to my concrete box.
All right. Take it easy, guys.
All right, you know the drill. Like and subscribe on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. Support us at kofi.com/Radio Free History or at subscribestar.com/radio-free-history.